Councilmember Jimenez. How you doing?
Hello, can you
Hi,
hear
how you
me?
doing? Okay, this is Richard.
Okay.
Hello, Mayor.
How we doing, Richard?
Okay,
All right, I'll see you in a few minutes.
thank you. Eduardo Martinez, waiting for you to join as a panelist. We see you.
Hello. Hello, Pam.
Well, hello there.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic.
Good.
I'm tired though. I'm ready for a nap. Can you wake me
Too much shopping.
up? Nope. Actually,
Oh, okay.
I haven't done that. Have you?
I'm done.
Oh, well, what did you?
I started early
Uh-huh.
with the finger.
And just let you know, we are on YouTube right now.
Okay. Thank you. Store.
Councilmember McLaughlin, are you here?
Yes, I am.
And Councilmember Martinez? And there's Councilmember Jimenez, so we do have a forum. So we will convene this meeting. Welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates. Okay, is absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson. Is absent. Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you read the items on tonight's closed session, please?
Sure. Tonight, council will discuss the following items during closed session. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Bararia Diaz versus City of Richmond, Richard Katz et al. Versus City of Richmond, City of Richmond versus Thomas K. Butt. Conference with labor negotiators, unrepresented employee, interim city attorney, agency representative, interim city manager, and interim chief assistant city attorney. And that is it.
Okay, do you have public speakers?
See, I do not see any hands raised to address the council.
Wow, they must have all taken off for the holidays. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Johnson.
I do
Yeah,
see one there.
I just wanted to let the record reflect that I am present.
Okay. Mayor, we did have two hands that just raised. So I don't know if you want us to take those hands or not.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I have Gregory Everett and Kate Spalding. I'll go ahead and start with Gregory Everett. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council. This is Gregory Everett, City of Richmond, 25-year employee, also president SEIU 10-1 Richmond chapter. I find it kind of funny that you guys are having a special meeting about this measure. And it sounds like to me there's two people on the council that would love to get rid of the measure. This measure brings in more revenue into the city to help pay for programs and help pay for salaries. But instead, two people want to get rid of it and then sit back and cry broke and blame it on the staff and get rid of staff. Everybody said this time, but some two people want to play bar humbug and get rid of it instead of working with the unions, and let's find a common ground and a common number to keep this measurement. That's all I have to say. I mean, I'm on my vacation and I'm calling in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kate Spalding. Kate, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Kate Spalding, if you could.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. My first time before the council, I did complete the email for the open forum. I hope this is the appropriate time to express my.
This is the closed session public comment. So if you want to comment on something that's on the closed session agenda, this is the time. If not, you should wait till the open session public forum.
Thank you for the clarification. I will wait for the open forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice. And no more speakers.
Okay, we are adjourned to closed session. Hey, Pam, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey, do you know what's going on? They've locked me and Nat Bates out of the closed session.
Oh, okay. Let me find out.
Hey, Mayor Butt, this is Richard from KCRT. Just a reminder that right now you're on YouTube Live, so be careful what you're saying.
That's okay. I don't mind.
All right, just want to let you know.
No, do you know what's going on? They locked me and Nat Bates out of closed session.
Unfortunately, I do not know anything.
What?
Unfortunately, I don't know anything about that part.
Okay,
Sorry.
thanks.
You talked to Richard already, Mayor?
What?
Did you talk to Richard?
He said he didn't know anything.
Oh, Lord. I don't know.
You don't know either, huh?
No, they control all that.
Okay, all right, well, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Nanette, if you're there, okay, you got it.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Hello?
Is that Nanette?
Yes,
Yeah, I just want to make sure you saw the invite for the panelists.
yes, thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Jacine, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'm just gonna put you on mute.
Well, happy holiday to you if I don't talk to you anymore.
Well, thank you very much. Now, everybody heard that on Zoom, so I'm a lucky guy. Okay, I'll put you on mute. All right, we can set her up. She doesn't have speakers on our camera. All right, well, we can put her in the city manager conference room. We need a laptop. It's better for her to be over there. All right, we can do it real quick. It's Chevron, Lindsay Crane. If she's there, I'm going to be asking you to be a panelist. Chevron, Lindsay. Hi, this is Richard from KCRT Television. I am trying to bring in David and Hakeem. Please look on your screen on Zoom to join in as a panelist. Hakeem and David.
Yes, this is Hakeem. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks.
Thank you. And David, we're trying to bring you into the meeting. Hi, this is Richard from KCRT Television. Patricia Roberts and Scott Joseph, we're trying to bring you in as a panelist into this meeting. So look on your screen.
See, it's unmuted. Yeah. So this is start the video if you want to be visible to them. Here's Alt A. That's Alt and that's A. When you press those
David, I'm going to mute you. We'll hear you on. Hello, Patricia and Scott. We see you. Can you just test your audio real quick?
Hello, can you hear me?
If you can, thank you.
Great.
Scott?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you very much.
Okay.
You can guys turn off your cameras until it's your time for your item. Thank you very much. Council members Jimenez, Eduardo Martinez, check your screen to come into the meeting, as well as Tony Kandati. Please look at your screen to come into this meeting. Thank you.
Well, I'm waiting on a quorum. Councilmember Jimenez, are you here? Yes. Councilmember Martinez. Okay, we got a quorum, Madam Clerk. So welcome everyone to we're beginning with the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. Would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bates? Commissioner Bates? Absent.
Councilmember Jimenez, are you here?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez?
Martinez. Okay, we got a quorum, Madam Clerk. So welcome everyone to
Director Beecham, I believe you're unmuted. Can you please mute yourself, please?
Housing Authority.
Nanette?
Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Bates?
KCRT,
Commissioner Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnson?
present.
Commissioner Martinez?
Here.
Commissioner McLaughlin? Commissioner McLaughlin? She's absent.
Coming in, she's coming in.
Okay. Commissioner Willis? Commissioner McLaughlin, are you here? Commissioner Willis, are you here? Chair Butt?
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott?
Here.
Okay, we'll go back to Commissioner Bates. Commissioner McLaughlin? And Commissioner Willis. They are absent.
Okay, would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, the next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anyone have one? Don't hear any. Next item is agenda review. Any changes to the agenda? Don't hear any. The next item is the Housing Authority consent calendar. And don't we have public comment in here?
Not for this, not for this agenda. This is a special meeting for the Housing Authority.
Okay, so the Housing Authority consent calendar is on. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Johnson,
Second.
second by Martinez. So I do have a comment. I'm going to vote against this because of the item that that allows continued use of teleconferences for meetings, and I'll tell you why. The interim acting city attorney, or whatever her title is, Heather McLaughlin, has basically gone rogue, staged a coup, taken over the duties of the mayor, violated the charter, all using her power to manipulate the Zoom meetings. She locked me out of the closed session meeting, something she had absolutely no authority to do. And this is not going to go well. This is the beginning of some very serious business. So go ahead and call the roll.
I'll just make sure that Commissioner McLaughlin is present.
Yes.
Okay. And Commissioner Willis.
Yes, sorry, my camera won't be enabled for a little bit.
Okay, and then about Commissioner Bates. Okay, he's still absent. Okay, for the consent calendar, there was a motion by Commissioner Johnson, second by Commissioner Martinez. Commissioner Bates is absent. Commissioner Jimenez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnson.
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez.
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Willis.
Yes.
Chair Butt.
No.
And Tenant Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes with Chair Butt voting no.
Okay, so the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority is adjourned, and we're moving to meeting of the successor agency to the Richmond Community Redevelopment Agency and the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates. Absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Mayor Butt.
Here. Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? Don't hear any. Next item is agenda review. Anybody have changes to the agenda?
I have a correction. I'm sorry.
Okay, I would like to remove what? Go ahead, Councilman.
I'm sorry. I would like to move K3 and K4 before K1 and K2.
Okay, we'll do that unless anybody objects.
Okay, I have a correction to the agenda.
Okay.
K3 should be under ordinances.
K3.
Yes. Not resolutions.
Okay, so it'll move down to it'll move down the agenda then. Okay.
But Mr. Mayor, point of order, can't
Yeah.
we still move it up even though it's under
We can
ordinances?
put it anywhere.
I think Councilmember Jimenez wanted both K3 and K4 before K1 and K2.
Y'all said we do that. She wanted to take she wanted to do K4 between K1 and K2.
No, I want K3 first and K4 second, and then K1 and K2, and then the rest of the agenda.
Right. You wanted K4 before K1 and K2.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Okay. So I want to remove items, J12, J13, J24, and J28 from the consent calendar.
Can you repeat that, Mayor?
J12, J13, J24, and J28. And Madam Clerk, maybe you can help me. I was under the impression there was an item on the consent count, an item on the agenda dealing with Measure U, but I don't see it. Is that?
I think that's K3. Is that K3?
J3?
It's K3.
A3.
K3.
Which is the one that I am moving at the beginning of the agenda.
K3? No, there was one dealing with Measure U.
That's K3.
Mm-hmm.
That's
To
K3.
receive an update on Measure U fiscal estimates.
What item is that?
K3 on page 13. The agenda. K3 at the top of the page. It's introducing an ordinance, and then it's also receiving an update on Measure U.
They get it all.
What number are you saying? J3?
No, K.
K3. Okay.
Right.
No idea where it went. The motion.
Yeah, K3 is still on there.
Wait a minute. Let me look at it. No, K3 has to do with landlords. Doesn't have to do with. Oh, an update on Measure U fiscal estimates.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually two different things, right? It's so I'd like to bifurcate. K3 is actually two totally different things in one item. The first item has to do with allowing landlords to use their credit, and the second one is an update. So what I'm gonna, unless somebody objects, I'm gonna bifurcate K3. I'm gonna leave the first part of it on the agenda, and the
I
second
think
part.
I got it here. I think
What?
Mayor, but they are related due to the fiscal impact of the previous item that was directed by council. The preliminary estimates are available for council's consideration on the overall fiscal impact of the Measure U item.
Well,
So
here's the thing. A lot of people in the business community have asked me to continue the second part of that, which is an update on Measure U fiscal estimates, because they're still studying it, and some of their people who would normally want to be able to talk about it are out of town. They're already gone on their holiday vacation. They'd like to continue this to January. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Again, you can overrule me, but I'm going to, because the business community asked me to, I'm going to bifurcate K3. We'll take the first part of it, which is the landlord credit, and we'll go ahead and hear that. And then the second part of it, the update, I'm going to continue it to our next council meeting, which will be in January.
I have a question to the interim city manager. The idea is to start the implementation of Measure U in January. If we move this to January, what is the consequence of the implementation?
the way that the mayor was bifurcating it, I think the estimated fiscal impact at this juncture, we do not have firm final numbers, but I believe, and Anil Camello, feel free to interject, and Antonio, it's approximately $1.6 million that management partners and city staff are estimating for removing out fees from 1 to 4 units and allowing them to have a credit for the fees they pay currently to the rent program, not the new estimated fee for next year. So that fiscal impact is estimated at $1.6 million. The latter part of the report was to make sure that the council is aware that there is a discrepancy between what the business community has come up with in terms of an estimate in terms of the total fiscal impact for Measure U and what the consultants and staff have as an initial impact. So just to make sure the council is aware that there is a gap and that analysis will be ongoing, and to present that information for you all so that you're aware that there is a gap and that additional analysis is required.
Yeah, I think this is important to hear it and start this conversation right away, and then continue this conversation in January. So I don't agree with Mayor Tombak to not be able to show this tonight. It's not like it's going to be like, oh my God. So I think like we need to hear it and be aware of that, and then having this conversation in January as well.
Well, y'all can overrule me. It'll take a motion and a second and a vote. But I'm just doing what the business community asked me to do. They wanted some more time to study this so they could weigh in on it with full knowledge. So it's up to you if you want to overrule me. But if I don't get overruled, that's what we'll do. We'll bifurcate it. And the part that deals with hearing the impact of the 4 or less residential units, we certainly can hear that. But the rest,
well, I think it's also like you mentioned about how fiscal responsible we need to be, but then you don't want to hear how this impact is going to be, and just trying to delay this measure that is going to bring significant amount of revenue for the city. I don't know why you are doing this. So Anil, can you explain like the implications of not doing this tonight and delaying these for the budget?
it's not me. The business community asked me to do this, and I'm just trying to follow through with their request. So if you want to overrule me, we're going to need a motion and a second and a vote.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, Anil Comello, Interim Deputy City Manager, in pursuit of the direction or the request by the Interim City Manager, the impact of delaying it is this. The deadline, the council has previously directed staff to have an amnesty. So we are part of that means that the deadline is June 30th, 2022. So businesses can, in fact, they're not due until June 30th, 2022. So there'll be no immediate impact as long as, in this fiscal year, as long as folks pay by that deadline.
Okay. So it doesn't sound like there are any objections to my
Yeah, the impact will be on you, Mr. Mayor. The fiscal impact will be on you. So.
Okay, Councilor Martinez, did you have something?
Yes, whether or not we hear this doesn't stop the implementation of Measure U.
No.
But what it does do is that it informs the public of the implications that, or rather the impact of Measure U. And it seems to me that it would make more sense for us to talk about it tonight, because the business community will have access to the session over the internet, and they can be informed before the next session. And if need be, we could put another item on for further discussion in January if the business community felt that was essential. So,
well, look, it's up to you guys. I'm just trying to help them out. And if you guys want to thumb your nose at the business community, and
no, I'm not thumbing my nose. I'm actually helping them out by having this conversation now, so that the business community is aware of what the arguments are.
Well, I don't think they feel that way, but anyway.
Well, maybe they didn't feel that way when they talked to you, but any reasonable person would have to agree that foreknowledge is better than not.
Well, that's not what they wanted. Councilmember Bates, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I wanted to know, to what extent has staff reached out to COI, the Richmond Chamber of Commerce, the 23rd Street merchants, and others as relates to this position? Have they heard them? Have they listened to their argument? I'm told that like Channel Lumber, Mike DeSimone is saying that if that thing goes through, he's out of here. And he's going to take a lot of tax revenue with him. My question is, to what extent have they reached out and heard the significant impact it's going to have on the business community? And I'm not ready to vote for it until the business community is fully understandable and can maybe make some concessions or whatever. I don't understand why we got to kick our businesses around like that.
Well, look, at this point, I have bifurcated them, and I've continued the second half of it. And if
Okay.
the
I will
council-
overrule you.
What?
I will overrule the mayor. So we can
You're
hear
going to
this.
overrule with one vote.
Well, so is that a motion to overrule me?
Yes, I motion,
Okay, is there a second? I don't hear a second. So let's move on. We're wasting a lot of time here.
Bill McLaughlin is.
I seconded it. I just was on mute. Sorry.
Okay, second by McLaughlin. Let's call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Oh, this doesn't work
Vice Mayor Johnson,
because it's like all
I'm
this-
sorry, I abstained. I had to step away.
okay. Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis, Councilmember Willis, is he absent? Okay, and then Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion fails. The council members Jimenez, Martinez, and McLaughlin voting yes. Vice Mayor Johnson abstaining. Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting no, and Councilmember Willis is absent.
Okay, moving right along. Next item is presentations, proclamations, and commendations. I don't see anything on here. Do we have anything? No.
No, there's nothing.
Okay, next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session. I don't know about you, but I can't hear a word she said.
Oh, are you muted?
Doesn't show it muted. We just don't hear anything.
Oh, no. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Sorry about that. There were 4 items that the council considered. The mayor had conflicts on 2 items, the City of Richmond versus Thomas K. Butt item and the Richard Katz et al. Versus City of Richmond items. The other 2 items that were heard were Ferrara Diaz versus City of Richmond and the labor negotiations with the interim city attorney. No final action was taken in any of those items. That is all.
Okay, the next item is a report from the city manager. Any public comment on this will be allowed during open forum.
I would just like to thank the Richmond Fire Department and Richmond Police Department for their, prior to the cook going on, for their toy drive giveaway this weekend. There were numerous families that were provided with bicycles and food and gift cards, and it was a great community event that included public safety and community services, and also want to acknowledge Urban Health for their work on the Greenway to clean up the community. And with that, I will turn it over to the city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor, and council members, Pamela Christian, City Clerk. And tonight I will be introducing to you the City of Richmond's agenda management system and introduce you to our new agenda format. Okay, currently, our Highland Sire agenda management system, we purchased back in January of 2006, is scheduled to sunset December 31st of 2021. In October of 2020, a request for proposal for a new agenda management system was initiated, and we received 11 proposals. After the final RFP process, eScribe was selected as the best possible vendor to meet the needs of the city. eScribe is one of the leading providers of secure cloud-based meeting management solutions for boosting transparency, so everyone will be able to see public comments left by others during a meeting, increasing participation, the ability for the public to leave comments on agenda items after the agenda is published until the end of the meeting. So with our new agenda format, which we will begin using on our January 11th, 2022 meeting, you'll see the following changes. First of all, the color. You'll notice the color. You'll notice that officials are listed with associated districts. The public will have access to easier electronic public commenting and video streaming. Agendas published in PDF and HTML formats. Our goal is to also publish a Spanish version of the agenda in a PDF format. You will also notice that the resolutions and ordinances categories have been removed. Another change is to our consent calendar. Items are organized by department, and currently it is a manual process. If you'll notice on our agenda, we have 28 consent calendar items. We have to manually put the departments together, and it takes a lot of time, especially when there's a large agenda. And you'll also notice on the new format, we have a new business category that's been added. We will also have the flexibility to add other categories as needed. Okay, so let me take you to a demonstration of our, so you can see our agenda. Okay, so this is just a mock webpage. You will see on this page, you'll see upcoming meetings and you'll see past meetings. You go down a little bit. Okay, you'll see you have the ability to share right here, this button. You have the ability to leave comments on the agenda. You have the ability to change the display of the upcoming meetings to a calendar display, or right now it's in a list display. So let me take you to our HTML meeting agenda. This is the color. Up here in the right-hand corner at the top will be a video, if there was a video recorded, and you would be able to jump to any agenda item and see that video content. This is the city council meeting. Here are all the members and what district they represent. And then this is just information that's currently on our agendas that could be changed. And go down to our agenda. Closed session. Kind of looks the same as the one that we have right now. The public can be able to come to this agenda item, public comment before closed session. Click here in the right-hand corner at the top, you can leave a comment. And right now we have one comment left by me. And it says, always make wise choices. Okay, so then the next meeting is our housing authority meeting, same thing. If you see this paper clip, that means there is an attachment to that item. You can go in and view all the attachments. Then here's the regular meeting of the city council. Here's a display of our consent calendar. So all the items that the city clerk's office places on the consent calendar will all be lined up in order. So they'll be numbered A, B, C, and etc. Same thing with community development, economic development. Then here is our new business category. This agenda item, I mean, this was a mock meeting, so there are no attachments. Just wanted you to see. And that's basically the end of that. And okay, so this is a past meeting, a mock meeting. So you will see down here on the right-hand side, you have an agenda cover page. It's just the agenda in PDF, the HTML of the agenda, then minutes that can be prepared immediately following a meeting. It won't be like the official minutes, but it will be minutes there. Then here's a video. And I don't want to take too much of your time, but just to give you an overview of what we have been working on.
Councilmember Bates, you have a question?
Oh, I just want to compliment the city clerk on updating this format. It makes it a lot easier, and I think it gives us some idea of upcoming items and where the information is located. But I had raised my hand on the city manager's report, and I wanted to compliment her and the Public Works for cleaning up that homeless situation in front of the RIP, and the request from Jan Magone and her neighborhood council for cleaning up around their area as well. So a good job to both the city manager and the Public Works, and good job to the city clerk. So the question is, Madam City Clerk, is this effective immediately?
January 11th.
January 11th. Okay.
The January 11th meeting.
Okay,
And I would,
thank you.
I would just advise everyone that wants to be reminded when our agendas are published to sign up for e-news. You can go to the main website and that link will be there. And also, this is a work in progress. We will welcome comments. And
thank you very much.
I'd like to thank the City Clerk's Office, Information Technology Department, KCRT, for continued collaboration and support throughout this process. I also would like to give a special thanks to the City Manager's Office, City Attorney's Office, and the Community Development Department for testing the systems and offering suggestions for comments. And also would like to thank the council for giving me the opportunity to work on this project. That's it.
Good teamwork.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing, Madam Clerk, you may want to revisit the City Council rules and procedures. Some of these things may be a little different from what we've already.
Right.
Yeah, so we need to make sure we're consistent there. Okay, any other questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, I just want to thank City Clerk for all the work that you are doing. This is making it easier for the community to search for things. So thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing else on that item, we'll move to item G, report from the Implementation Subcommittee for Reimagining Task Force. Any public comments on this will be allowed under open forum. Anybody going to give this report?
Oh, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. LaShonda White, Director of Community Services, and the new liaison for the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. I am currently looking for, City IT, KCRT, can you please let our Chair, Louise Chacon, in as a panelist? KCRT, are you able to let Luis Chacon in? He is raising his hand under attendees. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. If I can go ahead and share my screen, we'll go ahead and get started. Good evening to everybody. Sorry, I'm kind of rushing through here because I know we have a long night ahead, but let me just get set up here. All right. So again, good evening, everybody. My name is Luis Chacon. I'm currently the chair of the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. Today, we're going to be providing some brief updates around implementation of the task force recommendations. Before I begin, I did want to acknowledge the Bay Area News Group's report that came out earlier this week around use of force, specifically around the use of dogs. And really just acknowledge the work that went into that and acknowledge that there may be a lot of questions and thoughts around the issue. The only thing I will say is one thing that caught my attention from that report was there was a tragic incident where a dog attacked both an officer and an 8-year-old child. And Mayor Tom Butt did provide a quote saying, given the choice, I'd rather have our officers use police dogs with the chance that 1 or 2 incidents like this might happen once every couple of years than not using police dogs and having to revert to even more deadly force. And I would say part of reimagining is really asking why those are the only 2 options, right? And really asking if those are the only 2 options. And I think, police work is hard work. I don't think there's any denying that. At the same time, if we can move forward with the task force in a way that we seek to re-envision and hence reimagine public safety, that's what we hope to do. So for our community members who were concerned at this report, we do want to acknowledge that it is on our radar, and we will be discussing this. Moving on though with the implementation updates, if I can go next. Our community conversations have been a big success so far. The last one we had was on December 15th, which we'll talk about a little bit more shortly. On the 19th of January, we have our next scheduled community conversation. Please, we urge community members to join us. Please join the conversation and come and learn about some of the amazing work that's already going on. Moving ahead, so the first program that we're gonna update you all on is our Unhoused interventions, which a lot of that work has been led by SOS Richmond, who continues to be responsive to daily complaints from city departments, community members, local government employees, just about different neighborhood problems that are going on. That SOS is able to address through their humanizing approach, especially that approach led by unhoused employees. So included in that work has been ongoing weekly trash abatement in neighborhoods that are asking for these services. So we do urge folks to continue to reach out to SOS, specifically to Daniel Barth, via call, text, email. And we are working, or SOS is working on an electronic reporting system that's hoping to be launched sometime in January. And one thing to highlight is that SOS has removed more than 125 tons of trash just in the last 6 months. And then again, that is work that is ongoing. Still with SOS, so SOS and city leaders are responsive to Caltrans' offer of land to create 2 companion small villages in the Santa Fe neighborhood at 580. Along those lines, the city/SOS team is assessing the feasibility of the mayor's proposed Parkway viaduct site in Parchester Village. Both locations do have provisional support from the neighborhood councils, which we are increasingly trying to be in touch with, especially around issues related to unhoused folks. Along that line, Waypoint Christian Fellowship Church, big shout out to them. They're the first faith organization to submit a permit application to city planning to launch the city's safe parking host program. And it is looking like 4 RV dwelling households will be moving to that site. The city SOS team is seeking county support to allow for similar uses at church sites in adjacent streets around unincorporated Richmond. So that is a potential option for continuing of that work. The second program we'll be looking at tonight is the community crisis response, which, as we said, they had a community conversation on December 15th. We were able to hear from 3 community members about their experiences with behavioral health crisis, and the implementation team did present an update on some decisions that are made, as well as took Q&A from community members. And please go check out the website, the task force website, to check out how that conversation went. The team will be finalizing its program design in the new year. Once that design is approved, the work will begin to create job classifications, and we will be moving forward with hiring. One highlight, or one thing that I would say that was asked during the community conversations was, who makes up the team, right? That's putting together the community crisis response program. And it is key to acknowledge that, there are folks from the task force implementation team, as well as representatives from the fire and police departments, really making their voice heard on putting a robust program together for our Richmond community. The hope is that the program is going to be fully operational around mid-2022. And, like always, community voice and insight is always welcome. Please reach out to the task force or myself, or any of our folks to make your voice heard. The third program is ONS, the Office of Neighborhood Safety, which actually will be holding a community conversation on January 19th, obviously updating around implementation. Specifically, some information will be presented around service referrals, community members served, shootings, mediations, and also an update on new employment positions that are possible through the approval of the task force recommendations. A portion of the meeting will be focused on Q&A. For any community members who may have questions, please join us and ask your questions. As the goal of the community conversation is really not only to inform, but really to also, give a summary of the work that's happening, but also to engage in some Q&A and conversation around how the work can continue moving forward. The last program we'll update on is YouthWorks, which just to recall, that reallocation does allow YouthWorks to serve up to 500 youth with about 300 hours of work experience for each young person. As of December 6th, YouthWorks has received 460 applications, placed 306 youth at 72 work sites. 54% of those are between ages of 18 and 24, and 46% ages 14 to 17. In comparison, or in contrast, in 2020, YouthWorks was able to serve 175 youth with up to 100 hours of work for youth aged 16 to 17, and up to 300 hours for youth aged 18 to 24. So you can see how much more the program has been able to do. And because we higher numbers of applicants and placement and all of that, 2 employment specialists were hired in November, so about a month ago. So that's allowed the work that YouthWorks has been doing to expand. And YouthWorks did want to highlight or really show some of the work that they've been doing. So they asked us to share this short video with the council. Let me bring this up here. I could start sharing.
Hello, my name is Tamara Shiloh, and I own the Multicultural Bookstore and Gifts. What do I do in the organization? Everything that needs to be done. I supervise my staff, and I do, like I said, everything that needs to be done. I'm a part of it. No, nothing's too small or too big for me. This is my bookstore, and I love it. So yeah, I do a little bit of everything.
My name is Brenda Seves. I work as a cashier. I'm usually giving like a task on Square, which is the website that we use to sell products. And if a customer comes by, I'll help them. I found out about YouthWorks through my school's College and Career Center, where they usually give out like opportunities for students. And I happened to come across by YouthWorks, and I was interested because I've never worked a job before, and my parents were usually like the type that were against that type of thing. But it was the summer, so I didn't have school or anything that they had to be worried about. This internship has really helped me like ask more questions and not be nervous, which I struggled at the beginning. I found the workshops really helpful to me because I was enrolled in the program for the first time and was clueless about like a lot of things, such as like the time cards and how to fill them out. I would personally recommend YouthWorks to friends and family, since I think it's a really good opportunity for people in Richmond to be able to work, and you really don't come across those types of opportunities that often. So I think the fact that it's tailored to what you want or are looking to work in is really great. So I would definitely recommend it for that reason.
Well, I think just the nature of working in a bookstore has been a new experience for most of them. A couple of them have worked before in other stores, but a bookstore is a little different just because it's books, okay? And so that requires a little different mindset. And then of course they can read. If they're readers, they're in heaven. Because they're around a lot of books, and I encourage them to read. And some of those who weren't really readers, and they come and they see all these books, and I think a few of them now are readers because they see that there are really some cool books out there that they're interested in. Well, they're nervous. They don't know what to expect. And so I just tell them not to be nervous. I mean, that's kind of hard to tell you not to be nervous, of course. It's your first job, maybe. Don't be afraid to ask questions. That, if nothing else, ask for clarity. I'm sometimes running around here like a chicken with her head cut off, and I talk fast, and so I just expect them to know it, but it's okay to come back. Ms. Shiloh, okay, this is what I heard. Is this what you really meant? I'm okay with that. So that is the one thing I would stress, is don't be afraid to ask questions. It'll make your life so much simpler, believe me. And your bosses do not mind you asking questions. They'd rather you do that than to do something wrong. You can't say enough about higher education. Retail is fine, but just think about owning your own bookstore. I would love you to work for me forever, but you know, I just think you should aspire to do bigger.
All right. And that's I think that video is really speaks to the amazing opportunities that YouthWorks is able to create for youth in our community. Just one of the work sites that we have. But that's what we'll leave you with tonight. I do want to remind folks, please join us January 19th for the Office of Neighborhood Safety Community Conversation. The information can be found on the Task Force City website, and we look forward to having you there and asking your questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Luis, for the presentation and for giving us updates about this. It's great to see so many youth getting the job, and not also that, but the business community getting support with the interns in their businesses, which is what I said. It's not just only a youth work, but it's also COVID recovery plan for small businesses. And thank you for bringing out the article about the use of force with dogs and the bites, and what this, it reinforced the fact that our reasons for reimagining public safety are real, and it's not just about as it has been betrayed to defund the police, because it's not. It's more about opening up opportunities for other public safety issues, and the way to respond to public safety issues in a different and more holistic and better manner. We will be looking at this. I think this is something that it cannot be under the rug, and I am just kind of like really surprised because these things hasn't come up in the Community Police Review Commission. And I think these are the kind of things that if the community will know about what the Community Police Review Commission is doing, can be more vocal and bring these to investigation. So I hope that we can continue this conversation. We can addressing these in terms of like improving the policies so that our police is better, and these kind of things doesn't happen or decrease significantly, because the numbers don't lie. San Francisco has one police dog bite for 100,000 people over 2 years. LA County has 5 bites for 100,000, and Richmond has 34 dog bites in the same time frame. And the data you got from the police show a disproportionate number of the dog attack victims, that like the numbers of victims are Black, and this is a terrible pattern. So I'm glad that you mentioned that. I'm glad that we can have this conversation, because it's about how public safety is enhanced so everybody can get the services to feel safe, and not only one part of the community, but everybody, despite of race, despite of ethnicity, and despite of income, that everybody deserves to have a good services and feel safe in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the council? I had a couple of remarks. I think they're corrections, and I don't say this to try to counter what Mr. Chacon was saying, but he said there was provisional support from neighborhood councils for the among other things, the Safe Park site that we've been talking about under the Parkway viaduct. And I don't think that's accurate. I met with community leaders last night, including the neighborhood council president and one of the pastors of a church in Parchester, and they basically said that that they needed to convene a town hall meeting and gauge whether or not the community would accept or support this site. And the first chance they're going to have to do that would be the first week in February. So I think it's inaccurate to say that there's provisional support for it. That's something that's jury's still out. There was also a report about the Waypoint Christian Fellowship Church. I just saw an email tonight that said that the neighborhood was up in arms about it, and that 38 petitions objecting to it had been collected or sent in or something like that. So this is not a slam dunk. Well, it may be a slam dunk if the city council imposes it on the neighborhood, but it's a very controversial thing out there. And I appreciate Mr. Chacon discussing the article on police dogs. He seemed to indicate that you've got either no police dogs or police dogs. He seemed to indicate there was a middle ground, and I would suggest that we have community crisis response dogs. And I would like to nominate Labrador retrievers. I've had Labradors for a long time, and they have a very good temperament. They'd be well suited for that. So that might be something that we might want to consider. And then finally, my understanding is one of the reasons for diverting millions of dollars from the police department to these various categories was that it would somehow stop crime at its root cause level. And I would like to hear more about the effectiveness of that. I have a hard, I'm all for young people having jobs. The multicultural bookstore is a great institution. I totally support it. And but it didn't look to me like those young ladies working in that bookstore would be out shooting up the neighborhood if they weren't working there. So I'm just curious how you tie in hiring some of these young people in jobs and how that's supposed to stop crime. So next time we have a presentation, maybe we could hear that.
Yeah, well, can I quickly speak to that, or is that something that you want to hear about next time?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, well, as far as the unhoused updates and points, I appreciate you bringing that up. I think clearly we got to get on the same page about some things. So any information that you have that you can pass along to us, any emails or anything like that. I know you said something about the Waypoint Christian Fellowship Church, and you got some emails. If you could forward that along, it'd be great just to have that conversation moving along. As far as the task force programs being implemented, and the idea, you're right, it is that these programs get at the root cause of things. And I think there's just a lot to unpack there, right? The reality is that where we're at now, not only in Richmond, but in other cities like it, it took us decades, if not centuries, unfortunately, to get where we're at with the ways that our communities struggle. And it may take us just as long to get out of it. I think what we've been able to provide our community through these proposals is just kind of chipping away at that a tiny bit. So a lot more is needed. I think I'm glad you brought that up because we do need more money, right? I think there's more programs that are necessary. There's more resources that are necessary. There is still a lot to be done. And I think that's one of the reasons that the task force is going to be continuing, for another few years at least. I think one of the programs that we really focused on expanding is ONS, which has already been doing that work. A couple of months ago, it was actually commended by President Joe Biden as a model for programs that could be implemented around the country. So ONS is definitely doing a lot of that work. They are on the ground. The results speak for themselves as far as ONS, but I'll let them, speak for themselves at the next community conversation. And as far as the two young ladies that you mentioned working at the bookstore, I think, I don't want to be prejudiced or anything like that. So I don't know what they got going on in their lives, but I think anytime that we could provide youth with an opportunity to not only gain work experience, that prepares them for the future, right? We don't know what it is that they have going on at home. Just from my experience, there's countless youth who unfortunately their folks in their household aren't able to work, right? So they might be the only source of income. And YouthWorks provides another opportunity for youth in Richmond, youth who are struggling or whose families are struggling to bring, you know, some extra income to the house. So, you know, we're not limiting ourselves to who we hire through YouthWorks. We can share some more data next time around the demographics of who YouthWorks serves. You know, but I think the two young ladies working at that bookstore are only 2 out of a couple hundred of youth that the program is able to serve. And, you know, you're right. I think it does need to expand to youth that may be a little bit more susceptible to being involved in enrichment things, as we call them. And I'll leave it at that, but I appreciate your feedback. I think there is more information we can share next time.
Okay, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to remind those of us who were here on the city council or in the community in 2006 and 2007, when the community was really soundly saying how they wanted violence prevention, and they were clear that jobs were part of the solution. I mean, I remember writing an article after having heard from so many of the youth who some were in trouble, and they were saying, you want my gun? Give me a job. So that was a clear message that was initially highlighted by members of the community as to why we need youth jobs to prevent violence or to prevent crime. So I wanted to say that. Also in regard to unhoused members of our community and the Waypoint Church, as well as Parchester, the Parkway Viaduct, which is near Parchester. There is outreach going on, and I know members of the neighborhood council and SOS and Pastor Donnell Jones, as well as members of the MAC, who are part and near the Waypoint Church, that are all eager to have the conversation and to learn more and to understand. And that's what we want. We want to bring the house members of our community into understanding how these managed safe parks or these church lots that will hold a few RVs will work, and how they will be managed, and how there will actually be a benefit to the neighborhoods. So that conversation is ongoing. You're right, Mr. Mayor, that it isn't resolved yet, but I just wanted to say that those conversations, that outreach is happening, and I'm very hopeful that we're going to come together and find solutions in this regard.
Well, we're working together on some of them, so I hope so too, but it's a struggle. Councilor Willis.
Yeah, no, thank you for the presentation. It's good to get, you know, updates and see how things are moving forward. There was only one comment that really just kind of made me feel some kind of way. Respectfully, you know, Mr. Mayor, just to anybody for that matter, let's not make too many assumptions on what people look like they're going to do or not going to do, because at the end of the day, we don't know people's experience. And I think that's a problem we have in the society. If somebody looks like they're trouble versus if they're actual trouble, and just judging people on face value just kind of eliminates their overall experience. For an example, when I was in high school, there were many of my peers who seen me and said, it looks like you're about to come to the school one day and just shoot everybody up. Now, I was never going to do that at all, because what I was really suffering from and still struggle with today was depression and feeling like an outcast, and that put a certain look on my face. So can we just be careful about the type of assumptions we make about people based on what they look? Because at the end of the day, everybody's making a life experience. And that's kind of the problem with our criminal justice system, is going after people who look like they're trouble versus who are actual trouble. And in terms of the homeless issue, we got an item talking about this today. homelessness is getting worse every day, and it's only going to spill over into our community more and more as people are facing evictions, loss of job, revenue, and are entering into a houseless situation that is incredibly difficult to get out of. So as a community, this is a problem that's going to be in our face, whether we like it or not. So we just need to figure out how we work around it rather than just keep on displacing people out of neighborhoods, because these encampments keep on growing no matter what we do, and it seems like an impossible situation. So those are the only reflections that I have. Thank you again for the presentation. And, you know, I do look forward to more updates. And if there are updates that do come in, one thing that really strikes me is getting to know people and actually where they come from. So if you have people who are recording, just try to see like where they come from, how they relate to this community, and, you know, what is their story and what brought them to where they are today, because knowing that story just informs us of the experience of many experiences that are happening in the city of Richmond. And that's at least important to me.
Okay, anyone else? All right, we will move on to the next item, which is open forum for public comment.
Yes, I'd just like to remind the public that open forum is an opportunity for the public to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. You may also use this time to comment on items F and G on the agenda. If you wish to speak on an item listed on the agenda, please wait for the item to be called for discussion. And I just want to remind the public to please keep your comments respectful. This meeting is a live recording with closed captioning being viewed by many, including very young people. So thank you very much. And you can go to our public speakers.
Okay, we have 11 at the moment. The first group of speakers will be Naomi Williams, Gary Tarnell Abbott, Oscar Garcia, and Carla Perez. I'll go ahead and start with Naomi Williams. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Naomi?
Just let me make one more announcement.
Sure.
For the public, items J12, 13, 24, and 28 have been removed from the consent calendar, will be coming up for discussion later.
Okay, I'll go ahead and try Miss Naomi Williams. If you'll please unmute yourself. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay, I will come back to her. Next speaker is Gary. Gary, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Oh, so am I second or am I on right now?
You're on right now.
Okay. Yeah, my name's Gary Gregg, and I have Golden Gate Palms Nursery over there, and born in Richmond almost 53 years to the day at Brookside Hospital. I just wanted to speak a little bit about what Nat Bates was talking about there in scaring away all the businesses from Richmond. Obviously, it's more than a tyranny of the majority when we don't even have a vote for about these things when they come up. And of course, anytime someone votes to use someone else's money to pay for their services, why wouldn't they vote for that? And I kind of see it this way a little bit with the business tax. It's not really going to affect me so much, except for complicating my life and having to do some enormous accounting, because we actually have 4 locations. And right now it's a pretty small business and I just lump them all together. I don't know how I'm going to figure out this formula when it's due, because we can separate it for the next year, but we can't go back. I mean, to go back, it's take me a couple of days to look at every single sale and find out where it came out of, and you know, what I actually did in Richmond and what I did not. But it just seems that Richmond, California in general, and Richmond in particular, is a bit antithetical to business. We've got this higher, 10% higher minimum wage than the general state has, which makes it extremely difficult to hire people in those entry positions, which is ironic for the content that we had tonight. I'd be very willing to let people try horticulture at my business if I wasn't needing to pay them $15.54 an hour. Should be whatever 2 people agree upon to you know, spend time with the flowers. But also it's just the business tax, that's going to hit the businesses hard. And then also, we have there's a third thing, and I'm running out of time. I see my time clicking down. But anyway, I come up with Nat Bates. It's really bad to scare the businesses away and have a much lower tax base overall when we're done with that.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. Mr. Butt, in your e-forum, you attempt to shame people by outing them and calling them names. In this particular instance, I've been named along with some other really fine people as being a member of the Greek chorus. So I'm going to read you a little bit of some of the erudite scholarly accountings of what the role of the Greek chorus is. And so I'm reading as a proud member of the Greek chorus. According to a view accepted by many scholars, the chorus would provide commentary on actions and events that were taking place before the audience. By doing this, the chorus would create a deeper and more meaningful connection between the characters and the audience. Secondly, the chorus would allow the playwright to create a kind of literary complexity only achievable by a literary device controlling the atmosphere and expectations of the audience. Thirdly, the chorus would allow the playwright to prepare the audience for certain key moments in the storyline, build up momentum or slow down the tempo. He could underline certain elements. The chorus would elevate its meaning in song. The chorus may have distinguished itself by an elaborate use of language or style, varying the voice of reason or that of emotion, depending on occasion and the intention of the playwright. More importantly, though, the chorus could have represented the prevalent views of the contemporary society, holding up certain moral and cultural standards, much like the media does for the modern people throughout their daily lives. An enhancer and amplifier of impression.
Thank you. The next speaker is Oscar Garcia. Oscar, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So my name is Oscar Garcia, lifelong resident of Richmond. I'm here commenting tonight about the Castro encampment. It's really a tragedy, to be honest. This time of the year, especially tonight, it's really cold, it's raining, and for the city, the county, to have such a big group of individuals living in those conditions, we've really disappointed and allowed folks to live in horrendous living conditions because of incompetence, in my opinion. The city of Berkeley, Caltrans have been able to address encampments in their properties using very ethical and helpful ways to put these individuals in homes, and in many cases, get them back on track to be productive individuals. And yet we can't, for some reason, get that done here in Richmond. And just think about tonight when you're in bed with the heater on, comfy in bed, that there's a huge group of people in various areas in the city who aren't in a similar comfortable situation because of incompetence. And it's a tragedy. And we need to address that as soon as possible. So when you wake up in the morning, feeling cold, think about those individuals that are waking up in horrendous, cold and perhaps wet conditions. And it's very disappointing. And it makes me really sad. I every time I drive by there, that's all I think about for the rest of the day. It's horrible, and we need to address it as soon as possible.
Thank you. Now go ahead and try Naomi Williams again. Naomi, please unmute yourself. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I don't know what was wrong. I was listening. I mean, excuse me. I was.
Have a bit of an echo going on.
I'm trying to cut off mine. You'll have to come back to me when I get through.
Okay, I'll come back. So I'll go ahead and take Carla Perez. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Carla Perez. I've been a Richmond resident for 21 years. I wanted to discuss the Reimagining Task Force. I really believe that it's important, again, that when you bring the people from the task force, that they give you numbers of how many people attend those meetings. Because again, if you're talking a handful, it does not matter because, you know, numbers can't be made up. So when there's a community meeting, that those notes need to reflect how many community members actually participated at those community meetings. And for 110 residents, if you have 50 residents that are attending these meetings, that's not even 1%. So everybody needs to think about that. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speakers will be Jesse Teran, Deborah Kate Spalding, Deborah Baer, Marisol Cantu, and Emily Ross. Go ahead and start with Jesse Teran. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, hi everyone. Happy birthday, Gary. So I went to the staff meeting of the scattered site selection. Gail McLaughlin invited me to that. And one thing that was clear, okay, so the Bayview site was considered too toxic for us to have a site there. The Point Malate site is considered too pristine for us to have a site there. We can't have sites around the neighborhoods because that will bring the property values down for the people who live in those neighborhoods. And my feeling is that nobody wants to compromise as far as the homeless encampment sites or the transitional housing, however you want to put it. And there has to be some compromise. I mean, the city, the county got millions and millions of dollars that are supposed to be used for our benefit. Now it needs to be used for our benefit. You know, HCEB, the management company, stole almost $1 million. They wasted it on nothing. 7 generators, and they couldn't put in a security camera to keep them from being stolen. That's insane. And, you know, they're still on staff. They're not, I mean, I don't know if they're being investigated or not, but they stole our money. They took our money. Everyone should be furious about that. We don't need more money. We just need HCEB to be investigated. They took the money. And we need compromise by the community and by the city council as far as the sites go. Oh, and we don't need temporary housing. We need housing. That's what they did in World War II. They should do it now.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. My name is Deborah Small. I'm a Richmond resident and member of the Reimagining Richmond Public Safety Task Force. I want to start by thanking Louis Chacon for giving such a great report on behalf of the task force and specifically the implementation team about the work that we've all been engaged in to implement the proposals that the City Council was wise enough to approve that would allow us to increase the level of human services that are being provided to Richmond residents. I want to thank Luis again for raising up the issue of the report around the police use of dogs against residents. And I want to just note that a couple of weeks ago, when we had the report on the cannabis equity program, it started by noting the fact that cannabis arrests was still disproportionately targeting Black and Latino youth in the city, and yet there was nothing in the equity program that was designed to address that problem. The report about the use of police dogs also noted a racial bias in who was being subjected to physical and emotional harm by the use of these dogs. And I think one of the reasons that the task force was established was to address the continuing problem of systemic racism in Richmond and in the ways in which racial bias still impacts law enforcement in this city. We've done a good job the first year in addressing some of that and holding police accountable. We expect to do more in the coming years and hope that we will continue to have the support of the majority of the city council in doing this work. And I want to again thank Luis for the great leadership that he's shown as our chair. And I think by the quality of his report, you can see why we elected him to that position. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kate Spalding. Kate, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Kate Spalding. I've been a resident of Richmond for 21 years. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm requesting that council members allow the return of a previous rental permit that a local nonprofit film group was granted for the use of the Point Richmond Community Center since 2018. The film group is called Magic Lantern. We showed once a month films at Point Richmond Community Center from 2018 to 2020 to an audience of about anywhere from 15 to 45 patrons, but we stopped due to the pandemic. At that time, there was a wonderful community service director then. Her name was Miss Polk, or formerly Miss Monk. She gave us a permit to rent the PRCC to show ticketed once a month films at no rental cost in about late 2017. The community responded with their attendance, and that attendance covered the monthly film licensing expense. We have shown a range of documentaries and foreign films and independent films not shown elsewhere, and we quickly learned that many locals were learning of the existence of their community center. Recently, however, the interim director could not approve our application to restart again in January for a no rental cost ticketed event and directed us to reach out to City Council for any reconsideration. The ticketed event is necessary to pay for the film licensing, and memberships can take a long time to build up. Every event has volunteer opportunities for those who cannot pay. We had generated a donation drive in 2019 and raised thousands of dollars to improve the window coverings. And we also won a community services mini grant in 2019 for equipment upgrade. And we'd like to have this once a month event to occur at no cost. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah Bayer. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Deborah Bayer.
There, I had trouble unmuting myself, sorry. This is Debbie Bayer. I live in Richmond, and I just want to say my disappointment that we are not going to hear the report on Measure U, and because I think it was Councilmember Bates who said that we've been kicking the business community. I think we've been incredibly solicitous of the business community, and we should maybe walk a line between that, between kicking them and being overly solicitous, because not every resident of Richmond is a business owner, especially not every resident of Richmond is a big business owner with gross receipts of many millions of dollars, who are the majority of people who have been complaining about this. Not small business owners who are not going to be affected that much, but large business owners. Measure U is approved by a majority of Richmond voters. So when I hear people saying, well, we weren't consulted, we all voted on it and we knew what we were voting on. Richmond's business license fee structure had not been updated for years. And by changing the tax from a flat rate on the number of employees to a progressive tax based on gross receipts, the business tax would be fairer and bring in more revenue to the city. the Council of Industry just doesn't want to accept the results of the vote. They've been lobbying against the implementation of this measure for the last year, hiding behind the excuse of protecting small business owners, while in reality attempting to protect large businesses who can afford to pay their share. Businesses that have been vocal opponents, for example, include AAK Oils with $3 million in revenue in 2019 and $234 million in profit. Or Santa Fe Pacific Pipeline, owned by Kinder Morgan, with $13 billion.
The next speaker is Marisol Cantu. Marisol, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu, and I'm a third-generation Richmond resident and a Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force member. And I would first like to thank the presentation by our chair, Luis Chacon, and all of the information that he has provided the City Council and the rich discussion that will hopefully change the mindset of our community and move our community towards a reimagined public safety system for all. The task force uses its website to update all of the community conversations. And so if people are interested in attending the task force, community conversations or the task force meetings, I encourage every single member, especially members of the public comment here tonight that are questioning the community conversations and their validity, to actually attend one of those community conversations, to send the invitation and Zoom link to their friends, to post on Facebook, to help us in our community engagement. You are as much of a part of this community as are we, and we are volunteers with a very limited staff to do outreach. I would also like to now address the K-9 unit. East Bay Times reporter reported in the Mercury News, and really want to point out the lack of transparency and the $225,000 that RPD cost our city's taxpayers by not providing a full report that the law needed. And that money we paid for, and now the task force, in hopefully collaboration with CPRC, will start looking into policies to keep police accountable.
That's expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross, and I'm a Richmond resident. One thing that has struck me in the meeting thus far is about how much work city staff is doing. So I wanted to thank the city clerk for working to transition the council document system. It seems like the new format is going to be more accessible to the public, so thank you for your work on that. I want to thank finance staff for working to prepare for Measure U implementation, doing outreach to support businesses in the process, and communicating to the public about implementation status. To me, it seems like a loss to the business community to not get to hear from staff tonight on the calculations they've done thus far, as well as resources available to businesses such as the business tax hotline. Lastly, I want to thank the staff of YouthWorks for the incredible broadening of their program that they've been able to pull off in such a short time. I want to echo Task Force Chair Chacon's comments and Councilmember Willis's comments about the power that opportunities for youth can have. I left high school and got my first formal job at 15 years old. And shifting from feeling unsuccessful in high school and getting that job was really impactful to me. It helped me establish my work ethic at a young age and set me on a path towards higher education and improved work opportunities. So thank you again to staff, both named and unnamed, for all the work that you do to support our community.
Thank you. And I will go ahead and try Naomi Williams again. Naomi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is for the reinforcement task force that you have. Are you listening to the people that you're supposed to be helping? By that I meant they were saying that the SOS has done nothing with the money that they were using because they're not getting any help from it. Some of them said they spend it on what, but they don't know what they're spending it on, and they don't have anybody there to really see what they're doing. Why can't you hire some of the people that lives there in the unhoused to keep things from going awry and see what that money that SOS is spending on and get receipts? Now compare the days in Richmond versus the dogs in Richmond, about the dogs, versus the shooting in other cities of California. I noticed, what's her name? District 6. She said that there was no dog shooting in Richmond than anywhere else. But could you compare the shooting and the killings in the other city compared to Richmond's? This is this thing that's out of whack. So that's about all I have to say.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jamin Purcell. Jamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I would just like to thank the Safety Task Force for the hard work that they did, and I appreciate their commitment to transparency with the police, which is really what we need. And that was what brought to light the dog attacks here in Richmond. And I think that as long as we're working towards that, part of why giving kids work is so important is because what deters crime is incorporation within the community. So I want to thank them for their hard work and everything that they've done. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is a user using a MacBook Pro. If you'll please state your name for the record, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, this is MacBook Pro. My name is Ardo Rentila. I'm calling from the Fairmead Hilltop Neighborhood Council. I have some concerns about the Reimagining Task Force. They were served with 2, maybe 3 public records requests. Claudia, you were served. Gail, you were served. Melvin, you were served. Demlis, you were served. And Eduardo, you were served with public records requests. And you guys haven't sent them in, and it's been since August. You're actually putting the city at risk for litigation, but I'm not sure you care about that. Right, Claudia? So also the SOS thing, I know that you received $1,800,000 or $1.8 million, and Gail and Daniel Barth went to Prolachis and asked for an additional $500,000. I just don't know where the money's going. The people, the homeless folks are speaking up and saying they're concerned, and taxpayers are concerned. And I think we need to do a full audit to find out where this money's going. So I'd like to yield my time.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Councilmember Bates. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I just want to briefly ask a couple questions. The last gentleman spoke about the audit. When we met with the individuals at the Ryden location, the audit came up again. No one seemed to know where this money is going. So there needs to be a full audit of exactly where the money is going. The second thing is that homeless in the city of Richmond is not just Richmond. They closed down the Ashby, not the Ashby, but the university in Berkeley. People come to Richmond. This is a national problem, and why we are not directing it to the state and the federal government. No matter what we do in Richmond, we can close them all down. They're going to go somewhere else. If someone else closes a facility down, they come into Richmond. We cannot deal with this problem on an individual city basis. The county has much more money than we have. They've taken over the Marriott Hotel, which is costing us $250,000, plus the hotel on Canal. That's a significant amount of money. Lastly, there are people who like to tax business. And I can tell you from my conversation with Costco, which is one of the greatest and tax base in the city of Richmond, they are going to be looking for a location elsewhere. You can't keep kicking their big businesses around. Prologis, we don't know what they're going to do. If you throw big heavy taxes on them, they may just abandon the whole Hilltop. So it's easy for the tax everyone else. And lastly, look at your tax bill for your meat. Look at your tax bill for the gasoline. All of us are suffering as a result of this pandemic. So money is not easy to flow by, and you better start being more respectful of the business community who provides not only tax base, but jobs. Costco, I think, has almost 500 employees out there, many are from Richmond. So what do you want to do? Run them out of town too? Ridiculous.
Time has expired.
Thank you very much.
And I do see Councilmember Willis's hand as well. Did you want to speak on open forum?
No, I was just going to use the prerogative to respond to a comment.
Okay, you'll have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
No, yeah, real briefly, and to the public and the city staff, I did get the PRA for the reimagined public safety, all communications that included every council member, the mayor, and even members of the task force. And I did send over a plethora of information and data to city staff in response to it. Unless that was a different one, or if staff hasn't gotten back to them, or if there was a problem with receiving that communication, please let me know, because I did take out several hours of the day going through my emails and messages just to see what exactly came up. So if staff can get back to me to whatever PRA request came in, please let me know, because I do remember responding to one regarding to reimagine public safety that staff sent to me and said that we had to get it back in a timely manner. So that's all.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. The next item would be item I, successor agency to the Richmond Community Redevelopment Agency consent calendar.
Yes.
Is there a motion to approve that consent calendar? Don't be shy.
So moved.
Motion by Willis, second by Johnson. Would you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Member Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the next item is the city council consent calendar. Is there a motion? And you want to read the items again that we took off, just so everybody knows?
Yes.
Okay.
Items J12, 13, 24, and 28 have been removed from the consent calendar and will not be included in this vote.
Okay, is there a motion on the consent calendar?
I move So the item. moved. Oh, second.
Okay. Did you get that, Madam Clerk?
Motion by
I didn't get the
Councilmember
move.
Martinez, a second by Vice Mayor Johnson.
That sounds about right to me.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilmember Bates?
Wait, before you take the vote, I want to say, number one, show me voting no on J17. And I want to tell you why. Tonight in closed session, interim assistant city attorney, or whatever her title is, Heather McLaughlin, exceeded her authority. She used a Zoom meeting to basically lock me out of the closed session, essentially staging a coup, usurping the mayor's charter given authority. This is not going to end well. The city attorney is totally out of control. She's spending tens of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money on a vendetta against me that I can guarantee you will not succeed. She's spending tens of thousands of your taxpayer dollars trying to get me, or trying to get the court to make me take down 2 entries in my e-form. And I can just tell you, it's not going to happen. You can spend $1 million and it's not going to happen. So if that's what the taxpayers of Richmond want to see their money spent on, then that's great. If you'd rather have your money spent on the kind of services you deserve but aren't getting, then you ought to let your city council know about it, because that's certainly not their priority anymore. So go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember
I
Bates?
want to vote no on that item also. And I agree with Tom. We should not be spending money. Let the district attorney, let the attorney general of the state of California intercede, or a grand jury. We should not be using taxpayers' money and silencing a council member. So I want to vote no on the same item.
Thank you. So this is the vote on the consent calendar. Motion by Councilmember Martinez, second by Councilmember Johnson. Items J12, 13, 24, and 28 have been removed. Mayor Butt and Councilmember Bates are voting no on item J17. Councilmember Bates? This is for the remainder of this consent calendar.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So I think the next item is, I believe we were going to take up item K4 next. Is that correct?
I thought it was K3 and K4.
Well, I had
So the
K4.
first part of K3.
Did say K3, K4.
Mhm. First part of K3, you took off the second part.
We took off the second part.
Mhm.
Well, what I wrote down, and this was a motion by Councilmember Jimenez to take K4 before K1 and K2.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I repeated that, and Claudia and Councilmember Jimenez confirmed she wanted H3 and H4 before H1 and H2. I think
Okay.
you made.
Okay, well, I don't care. So what do you want to do first, K3 or K4?
K3 and then K4.
K4 first?
No, K3.
K3 and
first.
K4, okay. Okay, so let's go ahead with K3, the first part of it.
Okay. Item K3 is to introduce an ordinance allowing landlords with 4 or less residential units to credit their paid rent board fees against their gross receipt tax obligations.
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, staff from KCRT, can I share my screen, please?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Great, thank you. One second. Can you see this?
Not yet.
Can you see it now?
Move it over to another screen on your monitor. Move it to the other side of your monitor.
KCRT, can you pull up slide 5 for us?
Yeah, thank you. The previous slide, please. Since this conversation or this presentation is focused on the ordinance dealing with the rent control fee credit, as you can see from the slide, there are 2 categories of a credit that we are proposing. First is for the just cause, which has 5,637 units with the rate of 123, and the second category is those covered by the rent control ordinance, which has 4,380 fully covered units, paying fee of $218 per unit. The total impact of this credit is going to be $1.6 million approximately per year, which brings the total estimate of revenue generated from Measure U down from 9.3 to $7.7 million a year on an ongoing basis. These, by the way, are 2022 numbers, and of course will change each year as the rent control fees as well as the Measure U fees go up. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Staff from Finance Department, including Finance Director Belinda Brown, as well as Antonio Benuelos, who is the Revenue Manager, are here to answer any questions.
Well, that was quick. Anybody have questions? Okay, I don't see any. Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm glad that this policy got put in there. I know Councilmember Willis, and I don't recall who may have joined him, maybe Councilmember Martinez. Yeah, in making sure that this was part of, because it was last year part of the policy that didn't quite make it, but since we had some flexibility, we decided to move it into the realm of this policy of Measure U moving forward. I think it's a good policy, so thank you for bringing it forward.
Okay, do we have public speakers?
We have one speaker.
I'm sorry, Council. I see some more hands up. Councilmember Jimenez and then Willis.
Yeah, so Anil, is this like, the idea is that people who, or landlords who present the payment to the rent board will be able to write off the business tax?
Well, they'll have to prove to finance in the revenue office that they have in fact paid the fees having to for the rent board. So we'll essentially give them credit. Most of this will be done hopefully behind the scenes through our computer systems. But basically they'll get credit for the fees that they pay to the rent board.
Thank you. And also I want just to make sure like that like in the ordinance, what we, and not only the measure you small residential landlords who rent owner-occupied buildings qualify for exemptions and lower tax rate, plus larger landlords may apply for hardship exemption on an annual basis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it's something that I think like people need to know more about in terms of like what are the things that are in Measure U that will be used if people are having a hardship. So it's not like what we are trying to do with this measure and what the voters voted in large numbers is to be able to be fair with small businesses and small landlords. And this is why we approve that, but also that there are things in that measure that if somebody is having a hard time, I can demonstrate. Can people please mute themselves? So thank you. They can prove that they can have some exemptions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add that.
Go ahead.
As part of we're waiting for today's actions by council. Should the ordinance be passed as presented, as well as some of the other actions information we were going to share, we will be sending out, I'll have to confer with the staff, but we will be sending out information to all businesses and property owners impacted by these measures. And that's going to now potentially be delayed until January. We'll need to discuss it internally to see when we should do the mail outs. But we were going to do a big informational campaign so that local businesses understand the ordinance as well as how they can calculate their fees and so on, the taxes and so on.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you couldn't present today. I think like this is a missed opportunity to really educate the public about what is we have and actually talk about data to show how this is going to be impacted in a good way the small businesses, and make sure that big businesses pay their fair share, because for many years it hasn't been like that. For instance, like Sims Metal make in 2019 profits of $363 million and pay to local business, and pay to the city only $2,533, which represent 0.0007% in their profit. This is what the voters voted for, is to make sure that we put a business tax that is fair, keep businesses here, but at the same time make sure that we are receiving the money so that we can sustain the businesses, because if we don't, then infrastructure, we don't have some more revenue that we can use to really support more businesses to come. So thank you so much.
Councilor Bates. You're muted. Unmute, please.
This is one of the most unprofessional and confusing measures. You give a break to the renters and the homeowners, which is nice, but then you stick it to the business community, which is contradictory. And there are some companies that you're sticking it to, they can't move. But you talk about Sims Mills, but you don't talk about what Sims Mills' contribution is to this city. They hire almost 50 to 6% of their staff from the prison. So you don't give a damn about those people maybe losing their jobs or that business being cut back. Maybe they relocate or whatever. That just doesn't make sense. So this entire Measure U is really hypocritical, where you give a break to one and I guess you give it to the little guy and I guess he's supposed to go and vote for it. There's businesses don't vote, maybe their employees do. So it doesn't make sense at all. So I won't be voting for it as much as I would love to see the renters get a break and so forth. But this is hypocritical. It is not fair. And it's another one of those ploys by some of you guys who just don't give a damn about our business community. Thank you.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, I just wanted to say that some of us met with the COI and Chamber of Commerce, and there's been some inaccurate information that's been circulated, like, saying San Francisco doesn't have as high taxes, or Oakland, when San Francisco has extraordinarily high taxes and in terms of gross receipts, as does Oakland, and big businesses are definitely the ones paying the bulk, just as Measure U provides. I know we're talking about specifically on this first part of this item that we are addressing today, the landlords. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm glad that the smaller landlords get a break. And I just want to reiterate, because there has been some communication from someone who apparently is a bigger landlord. And I do want to, I think Councilmember Jimenez has already stated it, but I want to reiterate that larger landlords may apply for hardship exemptions on an annual basis. So this measure was crafted so that smaller landlords and smaller businesses got a break. The larger ones have to pay their fair share of taxes, like other cities. That's it.
Okay, your hand's still up, Councilmember Bates. Are you done or you got more? I think he's done. So,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
okay,
I'll drop my hand.
okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just
Okay.
wanted to clarify something. The agenda report, and I think we've all been discussing that this would be, the legislation here would be an introduction of an ordinance, but what it is and what's attached to the agenda report, I believe, is a resolution that would allow for this to go forward. There was some back and forth on what type of legislation would be. The effect would be the same. The only difference would be that the exemption would expire at the end of 2022 unless the council decides to renew it again. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
So you're correct. It is a resolution, which means that we can vote on it tonight, right?
That's correct. And that's correct. It will not require a second reading. You can vote on it tonight.
Okay. Okay. Would you call public speakers, Madam Clerk?
We have one speaker.
Okay, we have Lisa Cody. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yeah, so Measure U was approved by an overwhelming majority of residents in Richmond. It does cut taxes for a majority of the small businesses in Richmond that make under 250,000 in gross receipts, while increasing taxes on larger ones. City staff have been, despite council on industries, have been doing outreach. The fact is that businesses aren't responding. And instead of, spending staff's time complaining and representing wealthy millionaires, maybe COI should be encouraging businesses to actually fill out their forms and actually cooperate with city staff so they can get accurate data and find out what's going on. City staff have been fantastic on this, as have many of the council members. Council on Industries put out some information that is highly misleading. They state that a family-owned lighting distributor will pay a greatly increased tax, but they actually don't mention that her business is worth $10 million. A retail lumber company also mentioned worth $54 million. Commercial baker, wow, worth, I don't know too many bakers that make $34 million in annual gross receipts. And an artist who also makes $5.2 million in gross receipts. As far as I know, in most places, those are considered small businesses. COI is trying to redefine what is a small business. And let's face it, Costco makes $347 million based on what COI is reporting as the tax they'll pay. I'm not sure that they're going to relocate based on paying an extra $500,000 in taxes when they're making $347 million. Shame on you, Nat Bates, for actually thinking that this isn't about large corporations paying their fair share. The majority of businesses in Richmond will not pay any tax. They are small businesses, and that is what this measure was for. Shame on you for speaking as you did.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, do we have a motion? Remember, this is a resolution. It can be voted on tonight. Is there a
Move
motion?
the item.
So moved.
Okay, motion by
Second.
McLaughlin, second by Willis. Is that right?
Either
Yes.
way.
So just for clarification, this is not an introduction of an ordinance. This is an adoption of a resolution.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates voting no.
Okay, so next item is K4. Would you read that, please?
Yes. Item K4 is to adopt a resolution in support of an independent community advisory committee of housed and unhoused residents, along with community leaders, and approve and appropriate $50,000 of flex funds for repair, preparation for transfer or removal, registration, storage and towing for recreational vehicles and vehicles, and for temporary storage of personnel belongings to assist in relocation of Ryden and Castro.
Okay, this is your item, Councilmember McLaughlin, is that right? You want to introduce it?
Yes, I'm happy to introduce it.
And Martinez,
I have
one or the
Councilmember-
other of you can do it.
Yes, and Councilmember Martinez is a co-sponsor of this item, so I'm grateful to have his support and hope to have all of your support. I think we both would appreciate that. So let me just give you a little background, and then I won't read the whole resolution, but I'll just read the resolves, and we'll go from there. So as many of you remember, I brought an item which was titled item M4 was the number of it, to the City Council on December 7th to provide more time and some basic resources to the communities at Ryden and Castro without anyone getting forced out until and unless a viable relocation has been offered. And instead, a different motion was passed, but the motion was good in that it decided not to proceed with any evictions and to make sure that the voices of the unhoused were part of the conversation going forward. So subsequent to the December 7th council meeting, I was asked to meet with various unhoused and housed members of our community who had spoken out at the December 7th meeting. And this group of community members is planning to create an independent community advisory committee to provide input and recommendations on the steps going forward. It's important that we and the council acknowledge and support this effort. And this resolution provides such an acknowledgement and applauds the members of the community who have joined together to have their voices heard. Now, the resolves as part of the resolution, just to let you know, the whereases are basically things that have been discussed before, that we have a host program, a scattered sites program, church lots available, and working on micro villages and safe parks, managed safe parks. So those are things in the works, and we have a strategic plan in the works as well to address homelessness and provide both immediate, intermediate, and permanent solutions for housing. So therefore be it resolved that the Richmond City Council encourages the development of an independent, community-run and community-driven community advisory committee that includes members of the unhoused community, the housed community, and community leaders to provide input and recommendations in regard to Ryden and Castro, with all such input and recommendations conveyed through official channels to city staff and service providers and city council members if council action is needed. Be it further resolved that no evictions will occur at Ryden or Castro until viable relocation sites are available, with storage of RVs and belongings and making sure those are available if needed, and that a recommended short-term service plan needs to be worked out by city staff. Or I know the mayor had a new ad hoc of just 3. We have an ongoing ad hoc committee with myself, Councilmember Jimenez, and Mayor Butt, and he did a very temporary, I believe, ad hoc committee with himself, Mayor Butt, and Councilmember Bates and Councilmember Martinez. And so if that committee has some input on this short-term service plan, that's fine as well. But the whole purpose will be to consider how to service Ryden and Castro until viable relocation sites are available. Be it also further resolved that any contract extension for Ryden or Castro that may be under consideration by the city must include a successful reconciliation process with the unhoused community members and a full airing of concerns and expectations going forward. And this has to do with, I think some of the speakers during an open forum mentioned some concerns and wanting an audit of the HCEB contract. And I think Councilmember Martinez will want to make a friendly amendment that we do such a audit, or call it an accounting, an expenditure counting, so we know where all the money has went. We have heard from HCEB at the ad hoc committee meeting recently, and we got some information, but I think more information is useful and needed. Be it finally resolved that the city council approve and appropriate $50,000 for flex funds for repair, preparation for transfer or removal, registration, storage, and towing of RVs and vehicles, and for temporary storage of personal belongings to assist in the relocation of Ryden and Castro. So this funding is an opportunity to help them store their vehicles, repair them if needed. If some of them want to go into a motel room or a shelter, their vehicle will be in storage. So we're working on many moving pieces. Once again, I'll want to hear from the public speakers, as I'm sure we all will. And before I turn it over to Councilmember Martinez to hear if he has any comments before the public speakers, or if any other council members do, I do want to say that, last at the meeting when this came up before, I know Mayor Budd said, that's a long motion that I made. So this one is in resolution form, so we can make add friendly amendments or whatever, but this is, the motion will basically be to support the resolution and any friendly amendments. And I do want to once again mention that I'm fine with a friendly amendment to do some expenditure accounting audit of the HCEB contract. And, this is not about there is no contract on this item. This is simply to support the Community Advisory Committee and also to allocate $50,000 for these vehicles and RV needs. So I will pass it to Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, I'd like to say that this is an issue that has a lot of different facets, and it's hard to focus on any particular aspect of it because there's so many sides that need to be looked at the same time. It's so complicated that we have a ad hoc committee that has the mayor, Councilmember McLaughlin, and Councilmember Jimenez, and then we have another ad hoc committee that has the mayor, Councilmember Bates, and myself. And so it almost begs to question where does the line in terms of communication, where is that line to be drawn? I know that I've also had conversations with the homeless or the houseless community. Aside from the meetings that we've had with the ad hoc committee, I've gone to the Castro and to the Ryden community several times on my own, and had conversations with them. And they do need a voice. They need to be heard. It's like people finding solutions for others, not understanding what the problem is. And these outreaches are essential, but we also need to listen to them and we need to take their advice. In fact, they are forming a community advisory committee, but I think it will be their responsibility to define the role and the authority, or rather the role of the committee. But I think it's up to us to figure out what the authority should be. And I believe that they should have oversight and they should be able to approve decisions made about issues that directly affect the residents. at Ryden Road in Castro. So I would like to have some language that would allow them to have a bit of authority in deciding what happens. And the other thing is that the way that we've been handling them, the way that we've been handling this community has been in such a way that we have actually harmed them. They have been harmed more by us interacting with them than they would have been if we had just left them alone. Many of them have lost their vehicles. Many of them have lost their possessions. And there should be some restorative justice process to address the harm that we have inflicted upon them by the measures that we've taken to supposedly help them. So there is, I also recognize the difficulty of HCEB and of SOS dealing with the situation. And so I'm not saying this to make excuses for their failure to provide the services that they're supposed to have been providing, but just to illustrate what a difficult situation it is, and for clarity's sake, I believe that an audit is necessary. So I'd be interested in hearing what the speakers, the public speakers, have to say.
So before I take council member questions, I've got a couple of clarification questions of my own. So as both Councilmember McLaughlin and Martinez said, we already have two ad hoc committees dealing with homeless situations. We have the homeless ad hoc committee, and then we have the one that was formed pursuant to a motion approved by Councilmember Bates last week or a couple of weeks ago. And so this one, as I understand it, would not be a city committee. It would be a committee that is self-selected and works outside the city. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, that is, it's an independent. There will need to be some liaison, and I actually think I was going to recommend Council Martinez be the liaison from the committee to city staff and, you know, whoever needs to hear from them. But there will need to be someone to convey the recommendations to city staff and service providers and council if needed.
Well, again, I think we're mixing apples and oranges here. I think that if this is an independent committee, it's up to them to decide, how they're going to communicate with the city and who's going to be their liaison. You can't have it both ways. You can't have an independent committee that's not a part of the city, not under any city jurisdiction, and then define in great detail exactly what they're going to be doing.
No,
all the way to the point that the city is bound to comply with their recommendations. I just don't understand this.
I think it is a recommendations thing. We want to take their recommendations seriously. I think you're right that everything comes through the independent committee and they make their own rules and their own purpose and their own mission statement and bylaws, whatever. But I think there will need to be, I think they will want someone to convey that information directly to through official channels. But if they want to choose or at least request a specific person as their liaison, they have the right to do that, of course. Yeah.
I just thought I heard Councilor Martinez say that, I don't know whether it was a friendly amendment or not, but I just thought I heard him say that the city would be bound to comply with their recommendations. Can you clarify that, council member?
Yes, I can. I realize that I realize they don't have that authority, and we can't grant that authority. But at the same time, I also realize that when they give us information, we need to give it the utmost gravity.
Okay, I have a couple other questions from council members. Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Well, I'm thoroughly confused. Mayor, Gail indicated that that was a committee already in place with her, and yourself as the mayor, and
Jimenez.
and Jimenez. Well, if that was the case, then why did you allow us to proceed with a motion last week to proceed to have the mayor appoint an ad hoc committee?
That was the
Why
mayor's
didn't you?
idea.
Why didn't you bring forward that there was already a committee dealing with the homeless situation at Ryden and the Castro Ranch and so forth?
So, Mr. Mayor, I think that might be directed toward me. All I can say is it was your motion to form a committee and to hear from the voices of the unhoused. That was your motion as I understood it. It was a substitute motion to a motion that I put forward. The substitute motion passed. Mayor Butt decided to call it an ad hoc committee, and he appointed you and Councilmember Martinez. That's all I know.
But you didn't mention there was already a committee formed.
The mayor was the one who put together an ad hoc committee, another one. I didn't, obviously. I'm not the mayor.
Well, the motion called for appointing a committee, and that's what I did. And
So
then-
now we got two committees?
Right, two committees. Now we're going to have a third.
This is an independent. again.
Ridiculous.
And this is an important thing for people to form their own committees to address their needs. And I think it's a good idea. This resolution just gives encouragement to them and applauds them and shows that we support it.
It is poorly organized. You got staff responding to 3 different committees. How the hell are they going to respond to everybody in the city? The staff is the one going to be doing most of the work in the first place, not the committee and not the city council.
So I'm
Now you're going to run the staff all over the place.
So
stupidity.
This is not a staff-run meeting. This is a community.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Staff has to implement whatever you ask them to do. You don't have the authority to write checks. You don't have authority to do anything but dictate.
Councilmember Bates, you're the one who asked for a committee.
I didn't know you had another one.
You should have known that. We passed that back in last April or so.
Well, I've got one thing to say, and then I'm going to call on Councilmember Jimenez. So, we took to heart the motion, and we selected the committee. And last week, Councilmember Bates and Martinez and I and a whole bunch of other people met at the Ryden Road encampment, and we asked every person there who identified themselves as a resident of the encampment to come forward and to share with us any issues they had, complaints, suggestions, whatever. And they did that. And I kept notes. I wrote them all down, and I passed it out to everybody who was there and asked them if they heard anything different than I did, to mention that. And so, we're well on our way to documenting what it is people want there based on their testimony. And the only pitch and then the next plan is that the 3 of us, Bates and Martinez and I, were going to meet. I don't think we could find a time before Christmas, but maybe after Christmas. It might even have to roll into January, that we would meet. And based on what we heard from people, we would make some recommendations to the city council. And my only pitch is, why don't we let that play out? It's not even, it hasn't even had a chance to move forward, although we've done our initial homework. Why don't we let that play out before we encourage the formation of yet another committee. I mean, that's my only pitch. I mean, how many committees do we need? How many committees is enough? So go ahead, Councilmember Jimenez, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. I think like one thing that I will say is that we should know what we had been voted on. And we voted on creating this ad hoc homeless ad hoc committee several months ago. And yes, the last city council, council member Bates made a substitute motion to create another committee that was second by the mayor, who is part of the other ad hoc committee. And I don't know why, like he's just like trying to play these things and trying to confuse people. So, and I think like what happened is that there is some issues around funding. There is funding that is needed, and I think like the second ad hoc committee, what I understood was the intent was to listen to the community, listen to the folks who are there, and also giving the voice. So I think like what is not happening is that it's not a truly engaged and empower their and hearing the voice. It's just like an interview, but there is like what I would like to see from this committee that it was created by Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt is that you say that they need to be part of that committee. So I just wondering if besides you, Eduardo, and Nat, they are other people, because what we voted on was to make sure that people from Riding Round Cluster were part of that committee, not that they were interviewed and get some information, but that they were part of the decision-making process. And maybe what we can do is, instead of adding another independent committee to be 3 committees, that we add some of the funding. So, and this funding is directed to make sure that like what this item is intended to do, which is provide some funding so that the people there can repair their vehicles and store things. Because one of the things that we had been learning about the challenges is that many people had been offered from Riding Road, particularly to go to the shelters or other places, but they don't want to lose their RVs, so they don't want to lose their belongings. So trying to fix them and making sure that we are storage them so that they can see this as an incentive to move to the auctions that is offered by the county and by the city. And also, I think I want to hear from Heather, because there is 2 committers that are talking about the same thing, where the Mayor Butt is there, and he's it probably is a violation of the Brown Act as well, because he's talking to Councilmember Bates and Councilmember Martinez, and then he's talking to me, Councilmember McLaughlin, and it's the same issues that we are talking. So I just wanted to hear from that. And my recommendation is that we need some funding. This is what Michelle Milan and the staff is telling us in our heart committee. So I agree with that. I don't think like having another extra committee will be ideal, because the line of communication will be a little mess. But this is what Mayor Butt is creating here. So Heather, can you talk, if it's okay, can you address that point about the Brown Act? Thank you.
You're trying to lower my hand. Yes, it does sound like there is a Brown Act problem, because it sounds like you have 5 council members on 2 separate committees. And, the subcommittees to work under the Brown Act need to be less than a majority of the city council. So that would be 3 on total. So it's a little bit unclear to me if the committees that have been set up have different charges. It sounds like they're all working on the same issues, but perhaps one of you can clarify that for us, or perhaps we can take that under submission and look at it to make it clearer and less likely to be a Brown Act violation with 5 of the council involved.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councilor McLaughlin.
So the homeless ad hoc committee that Councilmember Jimenez, myself, and the mayor are on is to talk about all things homelessness. And yes, we do get updates on Ryden and Castro. Now, when Nat Bates made his motion that a committee should be formed, I did not see it as a committee of council members. It was like a committee that would include the voices of the unhoused. When the group that had spoken out on December 7th came to me and said, we'd like to meet with you, I thought that maybe this was an opportunity to create the committee that Nat Bates had wanted. And I thought it was important. And actually, we need lots. When managed safe parks come about, each managed safe park should have their own independent committee. So this is simply an independent committee for Ryden and Castro to decide and come up with recommendations in the interim before they get moved. When they get moved into wherever they decide they're willing to go, each of them may be different places. If there's safe parks that some of them are in, there will be another formation there. I mean, that's a vision that SOS has had for a long time, that the unhoused have had. They want to have ongoing input into the situation that they're living in. And so I don't see this they're going to do it if they want to anyway. I was just saying, let's give them some applause for doing it. No staff will staff it. I already talked with them. But they need to hear, because they're going to be implementing contracts and working with service providers. So that's why I suggested a council member liaison. Now, on the Brown Act violation, like I said, that was the mayor doing his own thing with calling it an ad hoc and bringing 3 council members together when he knew that there were 3 of us, that he was in both, but 3 of us working on the overall homeless ad hoc. So they're different in that one is the larger vision of how we proceed with the strategy. And the one that the mayor and Nat Bates and Eduardo are in, Councilmember Martinez, is a committee ad hoc to focus just on Ryden and Castro in this relocation period. Now, it may indeed, what you're saying, City Attorney, be that was improper to do, but that was not my, had nothing to do with my action or most of our action. It was the mayor who put that forward. Okay, well, look, the city clerk gave me the exact language of the motion last week, and I'm going to read it to you. It says, this is what will be in her minutes. Quote, motion by Bates, seconded by Johnson. Parenthesis, no evictions, mayor to appoint committee of stakeholders to determine how to move forward with the program. Close parenthesis, unquote. Now, the problem I have is that if I appoint a committee of whoever, 30 people, I don't know, if I appoint a committee of 30 people, they become a city committee. They become my appointees, and if and when they meet, they have to conform to the Brown Act, just like the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force or any other official committee of Richmond. And that's pretty unwieldy. I mean, it would take a long time to get it together, to figure out who wants to be on it, get people officially appointed, get them approved by the city council. I mean, it could take months. So
What I decided to do instead to get this going was to appoint an ad hoc committee of 3 council members, which avoids having to deal with the Brown Act. And then that committee would then go and interact with stakeholders and try to get as much information as we can and make some recommendations. And that's what we did. And we're still in that process, and we should have a full report out, you know, in a week or two. And if we had done exactly, I think what people are suggesting, you know, we'd be tied up for months trying to do that. And I think you guys ought to let this play out and see what kind of recommendations you get from our ad hoc committee based on input from the residents, you know, rather than starting a whole program. And by the way, if the residents want an independent committee, there's nothing standing in our way. They could have done that almost 2 years ago. And it doesn't take an act of the city council to encourage them to create an ad hoc committee. They can do it tonight and meet tomorrow morning if they want to. Not an ad hoc, a stakeholder committee. So again, I just don't understand this. It's just getting like Councilmember Martinez said, it's getting incredibly complicated. So I see a couple more hands up. I see Councilmember Willis and then Bates.
I was going to request that we go to public speakers and wrap up this discussion after we hear from the public.
Okay, Councilmember Bates, you got another comment or question?
Yeah, I wanted to know at what meeting did we appoint Councilmember McLaughlin and the mayor and Jimenez to a committee that was dealing with the homeless? What meeting? I do not recall voting on any action to that effect.
Well, it was months ago, and I announced that I was making that appointment.
Okay, well, I stand corrected.
Yeah.
Mayor, but we actually now with the item that's proposed this evening, this would be the 4th group. Michelle Milam is currently staffing the homeless task force. On March 16th, the first ad hoc committee was formed. On December 7th, the subcommittee was formed, and then there's this item this evening. If the council would be so inclined, we're happy to have a study session in January to allow staff to provide a comprehensive update in coordination with the key stakeholders to enable the city council to have a discussion and then provide policy direction. I am concerned that at this juncture, we do not have a housing manager. And so I think it would be incredibly important to allow Michelle Milam to continue to provide support for this item in consultation with the community development director. We still have nearly 99 vacancies, and I want to make sure that we're being as responsive as possible to the council. If you're so inclined, we would be happy to have this as a study session in January.
Well, thank you for pointing out the homeless task force, because that's essentially the same thing as Councilmember McLaughlin is proposing now. It's just the homeless task force is self-selected. Nobody appointed them. They just decide who they want to be there, and then the city assigned staff to them. So
can I respond? Because
you
I
can
was the one who
respond.
proposed the homeless task force back in 2017. That is staff run, staff facilitated. Michelle does a wonderful job on that. This again is just, and because I know everybody thinks there's so much work involved. The whole idea, I understood, Mr. Mayor, that when you got that direction that you seconded the motion on to create a committee, I thought, oh my God, this is going to be a huge undertaking and take time. So this independent committee seemed to me like a good action to support. This council is not instituting it. This resolution just says, yes, it's a good idea, do it. We'll share, whoever is involved in one way or another as an observer will share your input. Now, if people will do that on their own if they want to. If they don't want to, they won't. But I thought it was a really good idea and that we should applaud them for wanting to come together and share a coordinated set of recommendations. And they will do it on their own. If this council doesn't want to, at least give them an applause for doing it, because it isn't a city committee. I made that clear through the resolution several times.
Okay, Councilmember Bates, you still have a hand up?
I mean,
No, I'm sorry, let me go to the vice mayor.
I don't mean to be
Go
rude,
ahead,
but can I
Vice
weigh in
Mayor.
on this? I feel like everyone else has had the chance to speak. I'm listening. I've had the opportunity to listen to all of my colleagues on this topic, and I'm wondering if this is an opportunity to organize these micro communities into neighborhood councils. Maybe that's the route we're looking for, because that way we don't have to worry about the application and the appointment process, and it's kind of a little bit more independent than the boards and commissions that we kind of have to abide by the Brown Act, all of these other rules, whereas the neighborhood councils, are more self-governing. They have the opportunity to elect their own leadership, and I'd be hard pressed to find any of my colleagues who would go up against any of our neighborhood councils when they don't want something in their neighborhood. Or if they have a certain idea of how certain funds should be spent in their neighborhood. We already allow, such agency to existing neighborhood councils. And although Ryden and Castro roads are a little bit different than our traditional neighborhoods, I think organizing them into a neighborhood council may be an opportunity to, fulfill all of our needs at this point, where we have an independent organization that has city connections, but then at the same time does not step on the toes of the subcommittees or the homeless task force, but still allows for them to meet and organize with, with the connection to the city, with the formal connection to the city as well. I don't know. I'm just, trying to, as Councilman Willis said, bring this to a close and see if we can find some type of common ground. I know the solution isn't always the obvious one that we came into the party looking to find, but hopefully this one may be one that we could live with or move forward with.
Okay, let's hear from the public speakers.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Jess.
Okay, I have 6 speakers: Terry Dunn, Jesse Teran, Leah Murray, MacBook Pro, Brenda Hector, and the list is growing. So I'll go ahead and start with Terry Dunn. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. First of all, thank you for listening to the outpouring of concern at the last council meeting for the needs of the residents at Ryden Road and Castro. And I'm grateful that many of you have met with concerned folks. So as you consider K4 tonight, there's 4 points I'd ask you to consider. The motion does call for a community advisory committee, as I understand it, but doesn't define the role or authority of the committee. Any committee should have the opportunity to review and comment on all decisions which directly affect them. The residents at Ryden Road and Castro perhaps should be blended into one effective committee if multiple committees are a concern. Perhaps the homeless task force could be expanded to include the residents and make sure that work is coordinated with city staff. Second, it's essential that the motion call for an audit of the ongoing work of HCEB. Do not award any contracts or additional funds to them until the audit's complete. Third, the work covered by the $50,000 in flex funds is certainly important and necessary, but I'm not clear who's receiving or spending the funds. Is it HCEB or the city? If they're to go to a contractor, the funds should be held by the city till an effective qualified contractor is found through an RFP. And fourth, a restorative justice process needs to be initiated to address the harm experienced by Ryden and Castro residents as a result of actions and inactions of HCEB, the city, and others. Thank you for your consideration and your good actions.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, whoever that was just speaking. We really appreciate that. First of all, let me just say that any committee on homelessness that does not include homeless residents is, I'm sorry to say this, bullshit. You know, how dare you? How dare you? It's incredibly disrespectful. It's just incredibly patronizing. This is our lives. You don't make decisions about our lives without including our voices. Okay, second thing is HCEB in their budget, their incredibly unbelievable budget, has a lot of money in it. And apparently we're stuck with them until February. Since we're stuck with them until February, a lot of the funding should come out of their budget for the funding that is proposed by whatever needs to be done. They're still, if their contract is still good, they're still the ones that need to pay for a lot of these services. What else was I going to say? Oh, the homeless task force. Why don't we, and these committees, just blend all of them into one committee, because we can't do anything without the city council anyway. The whole point of a committee is, yes, study the problem, but also to communicate the issues with the people who can actually do something about it. So if we're, you know, the homeless just in their own little committee, which we don't even know how to form, or, you know, any of the bureaucracy that goes along with government, but we need to be able to communicate with you guys and work with you guys. That's the whole point of these committees in the first place. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Leah Murray. Leah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. Wow, this has been incredibly confusing tonight, but we are grateful for the discourse because it shows that there is a need for transparency and accurate communication. So what I am hoping is that the Ryden Road residents will have a voice, not simply a commendation for speaking up, but having their voices heard at a city level. So I don't know how that can be done, but that is what is necessary. As Jesse even spoke, there should not be any consideration about Ryden or Castro if the residents aren't involved. We've also talked about numerous times having an audit of HCEB. We are not personally against HCEB. We simply want the residents to get the services that they were promised. So if you are going to do the $50,000 in flex funds, please let the city hold it. Please do not give it to HCEB. We have expressed over and over and over again how concerned we are. And other people have also stated too, certainly there needs to be some type of restorative justice process. The residents have been harmed by all of the confusion. The residents have been harmed by not being included. The residents have been harmed by just the craziness of how the situation has been run. There should not be a homelessness task force without homeless people involved. And so I'm really grateful for all the discussion that has come about. Very grateful for Council Member Vice Mayor Johnson for even recommending a neighborhood council. That sounds like that is a possibility. So thank you for listening to the people at Ryden Road. We hope to get some changes. We hope that their voices are heard. And thank you for all who are trying to make it a better place, despite terrible circumstances of being unhoused. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brenda Hector. Brenda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, my name's Brenda Hector. I just like to say that I agree with what Leah Murphy and Jesse have said about, you know, the money handed out to HCEB. If you guys give that money to them, we won't see nothing. We won't get nothing. We won't have nothing. It's best that the city holds on to it. That way they can be able to give us the money They will be able to do everything for us. Why give the money to HCED? They're going to spend it on generators. How many generators have they bought with the half of the money that everybody has given? We haven't seen nothing. Nothing. We haven't done that. We haven't seen nothing from HCED. And for them to be here for until February, oh my God, please. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Next speaker is Maeve Catherine Bergman, and the next group of speakers after that will be Linda, Ramon Quintana, Naomi Williams, Darren Lowndes, and Peyton Silkett. Maeve Bergman, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Maeve Bergman. I join again this evening to convey my continued concern with siloed city and council efforts to support the vehicle and tent housed communities, including multiple tours and site visits, a county and BNSF clearing of city and railroad land at Giant and Brookside, 4 committees, and then separate planning with some council members, residents, and staff. I come to you as a 3rd-generation Richmond resident, the granddaughter of public educators at Gompers High School that believes in the powerful equity of taking the time for inclusive and collaborative process, as well as the sustainability of clear outcomes and accountability. Please, please work together to fulfill the council's proposed plans and prior promises. A single city community with a vehicle housed members and a clear charge ensuring oversight and impact on decision-making and the chance for restorative justice and agency. HCEB contract review to learn from what wasn't completed and inform next steps to reach outcomes and develop for future contracts. Transparent bidding before awarding any more city funds. In my humble opinion, here is the crux. You have all worked together in the past, each of you bringing critical skills needed to solve complex problems and navigate labyrinthian bureaucracy. You have the faith of Councilmember Bates, the asset-minded creative problem solving of the RPA, the deep community-based project implementation of Councilmember Johnson, and the nationally recognized administrative acumen of Mayor Butt. Please remember there are no others. We need you as a community to work together with your diverse talents and to co-design and implement a just solution. Please and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Linda. Linda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, the first thing I want to say is, boy, that was a tough act to follow, whoever just spoke. But I loved everything she said. I'm going to echo her comments. Good evening, council members. Really happy that you heard us during the last call. The discourse is encouraging, although somewhat confusing. I just want to say that I am still really appalled that we've awarded such a contract, dollars spent with HCEB, and that an audit has not been done. That's just mind-boggling to me. So first item of order should be that audit. Second, I want to say is that the holidays are here. I like to think that most of us are in the warm beds that we are all in, and we've got people out on the street still cold, still having these kinds of issues. If we can work together, if you can work together as a city council, if we can have one committee working on this with the people who are affected by this, the unhoused, at the table, I think you'll find very quickly that you'll get at least a lot of good information into what it is you're trying to solve for. No one knows it better than them. Lastly, please do not award anyone, HCB or others, that $50,000 until we figure out what it is that we're doing here. We really have to work together. As the previous caller mentioned, we need you. We need you as our city council to act in a very strong way. I am a Richmond resident.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ramon Quintana. Ramon, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. There's been a lot said tonight, and I need to just add a few more things to it. And I am in agreement with a lot of the people regarding the audit of the HCEB. Full stop. No need to explain any further. There needs to be an audit. I do believe that that $50,000 flex fund um, can be moved forward, but let the city disperse what the monies need to be handled, because we don't believe that any of the residents would see any benefit from that money. Um, I remember at the last meeting that the whole thing started with the $80,000 monthly um, towards HCEB. So I'm just trying to think out the box, and I know that this has been done in other areas. So instead of spending the proposed $80,000 for HCEB, maybe we can offer the residents a nominal universal income, because that's what they really need. They need income to get off their feet. And even if you gave the residents, each and every one, there's about 30 families there. So if you give them $1,000 a month, you still have $50,000 in an operating budget, a monthly operating budget. I mean, what can't you do besides, maybe spend it all on security? That's it. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Earlier, I had mentioned that the homeless on Ryden Road and the other one had spoke out to say what SOS had done for them, which was nothing. You hear it again tonight. I don't know how long it's going to take you guys to know that the thing there you're doing is not working. Now, as I understand it, the county is supposed to be over homelessness. So why don't Richmond City Council go to the county and ask for the money that is supposed to be used for the homeless and get money from there? Be forceful about it. Now, you have 1,900 hot committees that you guys putting together. Why don't you all get together and make one committee out of it, go to the county with that committee to let them see what's being done. Let everybody work together. We don't need all leaders. We need some followers. And the followers would be good for the people that lives on Ryden Road and in other places over there. But those two places are not the only one that have homelessness. Homelessness is all through all of the neighborhoods. Now, I don't know about putting them in with the neighborhood councils because we pay taxes. This taxes is not for anybody. It's for us living here. So I'm thinking that maybe the city could pay for them, pay taxes for them and have them in the different cities or the different neighborhoods. But you have vacant land. So use the vacant land. No matter what people think, you got good land everywhere that's not in a neighborhood that could be a neighborhood for the homeless. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Darren Lowndes. Darren, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Thank you, council members and mayor. I'm Darren Lowndes. I'm the executive director of the Housing Consortium of the East Bay. At the December 17th Homeless Ad Hoc Committee, HCB presented responses to the statements made at the December 7th City Council meeting and the December 14th Ride and Tour that was attended by two council members and the mayor. Prior to that, a program progress report was submitted to the entire council prior to the December 7th council meeting. I'm mentioning this just to let you know that we've been providing progress reports and responses regularly as concerns have come up. Program funds are spent according to the approved budget, including our subcontractors. And HCV is reimbursed in arrears monthly after the expenditures are reviewed by city staff. There is a review over the program expenses. It already exists. We welcome an audit because there's nothing to hide. Please let us know what additional information you would like from HCV regarding program expenses. HCV is also open to a reconciliation process, and we look forward to participating as deemed appropriate by the City Council. I would actually go through all the responses that have been presented to the council previously, but time will not permit that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peyton Silkett. Peyton, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening to the mayor and to the esteemed members of the council. Truly, there's nothing else I can add that has not already been said here today, or to provide any clarity except for what I'm hearing. And what I hear is the unhoused residents, as well as housed residents, trusting in the city. They're placing their trust in the city council and in those who have been voted to represent them, to truly represent them and to solve this issue. But more than that, and I think what we should all be grateful for, is they're not just trusting you to do it, they are willingly volunteering to walk alongside you to do it. And for some reason, they are being barred access. Countless residents from Ryden Road have stepped forward and said, not just voice complaints, but said we have solutions too, if you are willing to listen with us and also give us a seat at the table. So what we have now is an opportunity not to just be in the streets and listen to folks, but to bring those folks into the seats that have power and authority, to work side by side with one another, shoulder to shoulder. And that's what the true work of community representation is. It's not sitting inside of a boardroom with fancy, comfortable chairs, but it's saying our tables are big enough for everybody here. And we want you to also to have just as much say as we do. Even though we get the final vote, our vote is going to be because of your voice. So please, I ask, in the spirit of what Nat Bates, Councilmember Bates, asked for in the last committee, his quote was, for a committee made up of those who are especially involved, including those who have spoken here this evening. And that has yet still not come to fruition. There has still been no established committee of those who are especially involved, including those that spoke on that evening when we recognized the problem. So I encourage you all, perhaps give them away over the $50,000 of funding to make that happen. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Amanda Jenkins. Amanda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Amanda Jenkins. I am the founder of Castro, the encampment, and I'm the one that started it. And, you know, when I started the encampment, I started it because all I heard was the city council saying how their budget, their money. So I started that to show them how much money we really didn't need from the city. So for 11 months, I took care of Castro. I managed Castro. It did not look anything like it does now. It was clean. It was a nice place to be. People loved it, you know, and we were a community for 11 months with no help from the city at all, from not a dollar. I did it out of my pocket. I did the garbage. I did everything out of my pocket. Before SOS came in, before the city came in, before anyone came in, it was just me, one person. I had 26 trailers and I did it with no money from the city. So there is a way. We don't ask for much. You know what I mean? If I could do it for 11 months and we lived fine, it seems like when everybody else came in, SOS and HBC of the city, when everybody else came in, that's when everything went bad over there. But it doesn't, we're not asking for much. We have great ideas. When I told the sheriff that I wanted to do Castro, before I ever did it, he was like, that's a really good idea. So I know that they're good ideas. I'm not the only person that thinks that. There's official people that think that too. We all have those ideas. We've been out here a long time. We've learned a lot of things. And if you haven't ever been out here, you can't understand what it's like to be out here or to live out here or what we really need. So the only way to come up to a real solution and a good solution is to get it from us, because you guys don't have a clue of what it's going to take. You don't have a clue of what it's like. And the security that EVHC or whatever they are, East-based consortium, the security they have at Ryden Road is ridiculous and it's a waste of our money. Danny is ridiculous and a waste of our money. She's rude. She doesn't do anything, and we're tired of it. Rasan is wonderful, though. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, final comments, questions. I see Michelle Milam. Let me call on you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a point of clarification regarding the homeless task force. So there are several different groups that deal with homelessness and unhoused solutions throughout the city. The homeless task force was the first one formed in 2017 after this council voted for a shelter declaration crisis. And it is an open table, so it can include anyone who's unhoused. We've had unhoused folks who have sat on that. Service providers, the county, the city are welcome to come to that. There's also the Reimagined Public Safety Unhoused Solutions Working Group. There is the ad hoc task force that was appointed. There was a recent appointment of the ad hoc last week that was appointed by Mayor Butt, and then anything else that the council is proposing. So one thing that might help this council is to understand what has already been in function for the future going forward. And if you all decide, as our city manager mentioned, having a study session about moving forward with some kind of a unified body that includes the voices of the unhoused as participants, because I think that's very important to strategies moving forward, that you understand what already exists and be able to do that, because there's a lot of different pieces that deal with this complicated issue. And one of the most important pieces is the lived experience of folks who experience that, and also understanding our housing system. So I just wanted to share that with this council.
And let me point out that in addition to 4 committees, the city council also authorized a consultant to write a homeless, what was it? The homeless plan. So that's enough to keep a lot of people busy. Councilor McLaughlin.
Yeah, so I'm very confused about what this council wants. I thought this was a very benign resolution, just supporting an action of forming a committee, an independent committee by unhoused people and housed people that were already coming together. So I love the idea of what the vice mayor suggested, calling it I mean, that's basically what it is, a neighborhood council group, a community advisory committee, whatever name gets put on it, call it neighborhood council. But if this council doesn't want to do that, I thought that's what was the desire from December 7th from Councilmember Bates. So I will not, if you don't want to support this, I will only make a motion to support $50,000, which always was to go to the city. It was never to go to HCEB. The city has to make arrangements with repair shops or arrangements with towing companies or storage places. So that's where the 50,000 would go, to the city for allocating the money for the various services and vendors that can provide those services for the vehicles. If you want to call it, I do think as if we get the kind of vision that we need, which is to have managed camps, managed safe parks, villages, to do workforce development. SOS has like dozens, 20 plus, I know, people hired through the money we gave them among the unhoused. If we want that workforce development to happen through managed villages and safe parks, having these kind of committees develop at the managed campsites or villages, I should say, seems to me a very empowering thing. And I thought this was the start of that. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. If the mayor's ad hoc committee, the 3 of you who put together that one meeting with people at Ryden, which I think was pretty impromptu, but if you want to take it from here, I'm fine with that. I do want that $50,000 to be, so my motion will be, to support the resolution for neighborhood councils among unhoused and housed people. in this case, Ryden and Castro, and new ones to be formed as new managed parks and sites get developed. I'm getting a little too wordy here. So let me just say this. I guess it's becoming too confusing even for me to present my item, which was simply to support a resolution. So let me just say, you all can take it where you want and you can make the motion. Please include that $50,000.
Okay, so is there a second to that motion?
It is not a motion. Because I do not know what this council, it sounds like there's so many different ideas. Please make a motion. Someone, if no one makes one, I will come up with one.
Okay, is there a motion?
Well, I think like more than a motion is that I want to command that the committee that was created does what they say that they were going to do. That one of the public comments said that is giving the opportunity to participate, to the unhoused residents to participate. So I think that was what we voted on. And I think like Mayor Bad, Councilmember Bates, and Councilmember Martinez, please do that because you all voted to do that. I think like I am willing to support to set aside the funding because it's needed for the work of repair and that. But I think like for me is I support what the interim city manager is saying, that we can have that we give them time so they can do a study and come up with one of the options. We are also waiting for the roadmap plan, how homeless roadmap. So there is a lot. So my motion is to command really the 3 council members who voted to be part of this committee that they created last time, and really bring the people, the unhoused community, part of that discussion, not just get them being interviewed, but really make them part of the table.
I have a friendly amendment to include $50,000 for vehicle needs for repair, etc.
So did you intend that to be a motion, Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah.
Can you reduce it to like a couple of sentences? So
make a motion that the committee that was created last council really bring the unhoused residents to be part of that, and a part of that as decision-making bodies, and include the $50,000 so that there is some funding for repairs.
What's the 50,000 going to be used for?
It's right in the resolution. Let me repeat it again. It's for repair, preparation for transfer or removal, registration, storage and towing for RVs and vehicles, and for temporary storage of personal belongings, to assist in the relocation of Ryden and Castro. That language actually came from Lena. Thank you, Lena. It's what is needed to make sure we have the capacity to move vehicles to a new location. And it will go to the city, not any contractor. And the city will allocate it for the needs of the, as I said.
So city staff's going to be taking applications and doling out money for people to repair their cars. Is that how it works?
No, it will be coordinated by the city, I think. Is Lena here? Lena, do you have any understanding of, I assume your thought was that the city would manage this money and utilize it for the needs. And did you see it as the city making arrangements or what?
Mayor McLaughlin, may we utilize, we have not had conversations with them, so Lena and LaShonda, feel free to interject. May we utilize, we have emergency response services that have been provided to R3F. I think having a fiscal sponsor that the community is comfortable with would be extremely helpful for administration. If R3F is amenable to taking on this task in collaboration with city staff, is that something that we can be directed to explore? There was also recently a grant to support unhoused temporary hotel vouchers and so forth. I believe that Michelle Milam was able to work with them collaboratively to procure. So if they're amenable to that, that would be my suggestion at this juncture.
I'm sorry, City Manager, were you saying that that would be where we would access the funding from?
Yes, if R3F is amenable to working with us on this allocation, that would be my suggestion at this juncture.
And that would be fine as far as I'm concerned. I think, that's a good way to access the funds. City, I guess my question is, will city staff be managing the repairs and storage and towing or whatever? Will that be through city staff? It won't be just giving it to this person and that person unless they provide an invoice that the city accepts for these vehicle repairs. I'm not sure how it will work, but maybe you have a better idea.
I would suggest that we commence with the initial framework that you have directed, and we can provide a report outlining how it's proposed to proceed at a January meeting.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I was going to suggest we hire Corky Bouzet to do that. He's a very experienced auto mechanic who knows the subject very well. We could give him the 50,000 and let him decide how to spend it. But I don't see anybody jumping on that, so I'll move on. I see a lot of hands up. Michelle, your hand's still up?
No, I don't think it was lowered.
Okay, and Eduardo? You're muted.
Yes, my hand was up, but I would like to hear from Attorney McLaughlin first.
So I was just going to point out, I believe the motion is setting up a committee that's going to be subject to the Brown Act if you all take the action to form it that way. And we should also look at that subcommittee, but that's sort of a side issue. So if you set up the committee that includes the December 7th subcommittee and then add in the other people, it will qualify as a Brown Act committee.
I don't think that's what I heard Councilmember Jimenez say. I think she said, let's go with the subcommittee we have.
I don't see it that, I agree that it's not necessarily Brown Act unless we authorize it as a committee that would be an official city committee. If this is an ad hoc committee of the council, which I guess we still have that Brown Act issue with the two different ad hocs to determine. But if that's all, if it's just a few council members working in an organized fashion with the unhoused and housed members who are advocating.
Well, we are not creating a new committee. We are just saying that the committee that was created last city council, the intent of that committee was to give the voice to the unhoused residents. So I am just saying that they should do that. And this is what I am saying. We are not creating another one. It's just saying Mayor Bad, Councilmember Martinez and Bates are part of that committee, and that they bring into that fold the unhoused residents to be part of that.
If I may, through the chair.
Go ahead.
Restate the motion as I understand it. But before I do that, I do want to say that the reason we felt compelled to create another ad hoc committee is because all the efforts that have been done before have basically just been gathering of information, conversations with no real action behind them. And the actions behind them have been insubstantial, have been wrongly directed. You know, I don't know how to pigeonhole them, but they have not been successful in their attempts to deal with the issues. So the motion, as I understand it, is to approve $50,000 for flex funds for repair, preparation to transfer or removal, registration, storage, and towing, and RVs and vehicles for temporary storage of personal belongings to assist in relocation at Ryden and Castro. The mechanism still has to be determined, but I would suggest an RFP to find someone who is willing and capable of doing that in a just way. But the other thing is to audit HCEB and to actually follow the motion that was made at the last council member, which was to form an ad hoc committee composed of the people being affected. So far, we haven't done that. We've only appointed 3 council members. And so far, we haven't had any residents be part of that committee. So in the spirit, in the language of the motion that was proposed by Councilmember Bates at the last meeting, we do include residents as part of the committee. So that is the motion.
Well, you know, I just want to say there's a problem with that because if we create that committee and we appoint people to it, then it becomes a committee that has to run under the Brown Act. And, you know, with all that entails, they have to publish agendas. They have to, to meet in public places. They've got, so I don't know. This whole thing is just too complicated. And the thing I don't understand is if you want the residents to be involved, people have talked about they want a seat at the table. That's why we created the homeless task force, was because it was not a city committee. It was anybody who wanted to could be on it then or now. So if there are a bunch of people at Ryden and or Castro who want a seat at the table, all they got to do is go to those homeless task force meetings and they've got the same voice everybody else has. So
why you created the committee? Why you created this other committee? You were the one who created. So you are putting another thing. So it's confusing. And the cause of confusion is that you are doing it. So
I don't want any of these items to die because they're attached to other items. So I would suggest that we vote on them separately.
Well, look, right now we've got a motion by Jimenez. Now, if you want to offer a friendly amendment, go ahead.
Okay, well then, well,
or if you want to second it.
Actually,
we probably need to get a second before we start taking friendly amendments.
I'll second Claudia's motion as long as it's a non-official city. It's just
okay.
You as a
motion by
committee
Jimenez, second by
contacting
McLaughlin.
the unhoused and hearing their voices, so we don't have to have Brown Act.
And Martinez is now offering friendly amendments. Go ahead.
Yeah, the friendly amendment is the $50,000.
I think that was part of her motion.
I think that was in the motion.
Okay, then I guess that, and then the audit of HCEB.
Well, who's going to conduct an audit? You know, audits cost a lot of money. It's probably cost $10,000 to conduct an audit like that. Who's going to do that?
That's why, Mr. Mayor, I suggested it be called, it's just an internal audit. It's a city staff has to identify the expenses that were made over the course of this
You know,
contract.
city staff, they can't even audit what we have. Do you know how many years behind the housing authority is in getting audits done? Do you know what, do you know the penalties we've racked up of millions of dollars because the housing authority can't finish their audits? And you want to lay another responsibility on staff to do another audit?
So through the chair, so what is your suggestion, that we throw our hands up in the air?
Well, the money's already spent. It's not going to come back. What's the point?
Hey, now, I mean, can we just start to leave this to a vote? I'm getting more and more confused and disconnected as this goes on. Can we just vote?
That's a
We
good point.
discussed
Okay,
that.
so you've offered the friendly amendment of including an audit, and what was the other one?
The 50,000.
It's already in the motion. That was in your motion, right, Claudia?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so does the motioner accept Councilor Martinez inclusion of an audit?
Yeah, but the staff, yes. So
Audit by the staff.
Do it, yeah.
The seconder accepts that also.
I think, was I the seconder on this, or?
Yes, you were.
Okay, I accept it. I do want to find out from our city attorney if that we have the mayor in an ad hoc, in two different ad hocs, if that is a problem, and if the mayor should step out of what, maybe it could be a committee of two, Councilmember Martinez and Bates. I don't know.
Yes, I think the way that you've got the as I understand them, the ad hocs set up, you have too many people involved on what is basically the same subject. We may be able to fix it by clarifying what roles each of the committees is supposed to be doing.
Okay.
But right now you've got too many people, it seems, on the committee.
So I would add another friendly amendment. It's that the committee, the mayor's new ad hoc committee, work with city staff, city attorney's office to clarify the different roles of the two different ad hocs.
Okay, does the motioner accept that?
yeah,
Okay, and the seconder, I guess you suggested it. So
Yes.
okay, Councilmember Bates, you have a hand up, or you want to vote on this?
Well, this thing is totally confusing. You want to appropriate $50,000. You have no perimeters in terms of how much a maximum one per. Do you realize the expense cost for an automobile or a camper? 2 or 3 of them can eat up the entire $50,000, and you got 10 more out there looking for a hand. This is disgusting. You're not looking at it sensible. You got to put some limits on how much you're going to spend for each camper. And I don't understand how you can just float money out there with no accountability. And it's only taxpayers' money, of course. Of course. There's no structure here. And I can't vote for anything that doesn't have some kind of limitation, some kind of structure. Who's going to make the decision of how much money is here or there and how it's going to be spent? It doesn't make sense. You need a committee, as the mayor has indicated, to sit down and iron out some of these difficulties and some of these problems. And you're just making a committee and going to throw $50,000 out there. You don't know where it's going to go, who's going to get what. It's ridiculous. Get some structure and some organization into what you're trying to do.
Okay, I think we're ready for a vote. Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates, your vote?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
yes, and this is what we are trying to do because the mayor is creating all of this mess. So yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson? Vice Mayor Johnson, your vote? Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Mayor Butt? is absent. Motion passes with Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting no, and Vice Mayor Johnson is absent.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And I suggest you give this committee over to Gail. Let her run it. She's been trying to run it all along. Take me off the committee.
You voted for it.
Let her respond to how is she gonna spend the money.
I'm sorry, point of order. It's 10:14 and we got a bunch of items going. Can we leave our personal petty grievances for another time? Mr. Mayor, can I make a request on the agenda?
Okay.
I wanted to see if we could take up M1 because I'm not going to vote to extend this meeting, and I think that's an item we need to take up immediately.
I think we already had a request to move. Oh, that was M2. Well, we had a request to move up M2 before
the legal service agreement, M1,
and I forgot to do that. But at this point, I think so. We have 3 more items on this agenda before we go back to the consent calendar, right? Is that right, Madam Clerk?
We have items K2, K1, K2, L1.
Okay.
M1, M2, and M3.
Oh, we haven't done K1 and K2 yet.
We have several items.
Okay, well, I think at this point, let's back up and do K1 and K2. Madam Clerk, would you read item K1?
K1 is to adopt a resolution approving the temporary appointment of CalPERS retired annuitant Bruce Souble in an amount not to exceed $94,916.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council.
That's your, Emil, that's your item. You want to talk about it?
I'd rather not. You guys can vote on it.
I'd like to ask the question.
Go ahead.
Item.
I'd like for an explanation. I've never been around and I've been here a few years. I've never heard of a person that's retiring without just going through the regular PERS. What is this all about?
Yeah, so let me explain. I'm sorry about that. Mr. Mayor, member of the City Council, I'm Anil Kumalo. I'm the interim deputy city manager, excuse me. CalPERS rules require that when a person is retired, they cannot come back to work for 180 days. In this particular scenario, we have a couple of vacancies in our small city attorney's office. Mr. Souble has worked for the city for 20 years and is now having, going to be retiring after 20 years of serving the Richmond community. For continuity of projects that he's handling and to handle the help out with the vacancies that are currently existing in the city attorney's office, staff recommends that we bring him back for 6 months, and the cost of that is going to be about $94,900.
Okay, well, that makes sense. I mean, although I would prefer that the new city attorney make that decision, but I'm not opposed to him coming back. I think they can work, like you say, what, 960 hours?
That's correct. Not exceeding 960 hours. Yes, sir.
Okay, that clarifies it. Okay, thank you.
So I had a question. So are there any other payments that go along with that at all? Are there any cost to the city? Any insurance? Any PERS payments? Anything like that? It's just
no. He won't be getting per. That is a total amount of money. He's not going to get pension, for example. The city won't be paying, and he won't be contributing.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, any other questions from council members? Do we have any public comment?
No, we do not have any speakers.
Do we have a motion?
Move the item.
Moved. Second.
Did you get that, Madam Clerk? Was it Martinez?
Motion by Councilmember Martinez, second by Councilmember Willis.
Okay. Okay, call the roll.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson? is absent. Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no and Vice Mayor Johnson absent.
Okay, so now we'll move to K2. You read that? Would you read that?
Yes, item K2 is to adopt a resolution to accept and appropriate a $750,000 priority development area grant from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and approve a contract amendment number 1 with Environmental Science Associates in the amount of $850,000, not to exceed a total amount of $1,450,000 through December 31st, 2023, to assist the city in preparing the Hilltop specific plan.
Okay, Lena, this is your item. You want to introduce it?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, council members. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. And I'll move through this as I know the night's getting full, but we are here to request adoption of a resolution that would accept a grant that we received to expand the scope of the Hilltop specific plan. Just as a way of background, the Hilltop change area is identified as an activity center within the general plan. And so we want to develop a specific plan that would look at potential opportunities for development and growth in the area. Just in addition, the City Council adopted or nominated the Hilltop area as priority development area and in February of 2020, and it was formally designated by the Association of Area Governments on February 14th, 2020. So staff has been pursuing resources and funds to fund a specific plan. As we know, mall redevelopments, right now the Congress of New Urbanism has identified that 1/3 of enclosed malls built since 1950 have closed or changed to a different use. Malls that were one time single use and auto-oriented are converting to mixed use districts. We have seen the challenges that have been encountered by brick and mortar stores, by the competitiveness of online retailers, as well as challenges that have been brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. So as part of this opportunity to develop the specific plan, we'll be looking at ways of converting the mall, but also the surrounding areas into mixed use districts that are active, served by transportation. So as far as the planning process, we'll be developing a specific plan as well as an environmental document that looks at the community vision for that development proposal. The project will take about 18 to 24 months to complete. We're bringing, with the additional grant funds, we're able to develop a comprehensive consultant team. We will also be able to do a community-driven input process that will include engagement at neighborhood council meetings and advisory committee meetings, community workshops, as well as study sessions at both the Planning Commission and City Council and stakeholder interviews. The project is being funded by 2 grants. The first was authorized by the City Council, is a local early action planning grant, which is from the state, and that was granted in 2020. And then the recent priority development area planning grant, which was recommended for approval in 2021. And so now we're seeking the council's acceptance and appropriation of those funds. Here is the project team. We're able to expand. We'll also include geotechnical services, urban design, traffic and transportation analysis, as well as parking studies, market studies, and then engagement and website implementation, as well as civil engineering to look at utilities, as well as streets. So as far as the next steps, I think if the council accepts or adopts this resolution and approves the contract amendment, we hope to kick off the project in early 2020, working with various stakeholders, as well as our council and planning commission and design review board. So that concludes my presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions from council members? Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. I was looking through this. It is a very good thing. The study needs to happen, but I was just curious as to what the implications might be of this study. So I was looking through the plan, and under plan area page 3, it says a specific area was chosen for the purpose of this analysis as directed by city staff. So my question is, who were the city staff involved and what criteria was used for making this decision?
In identifying the project area of study.
Yes,
So it was in our grant application for the LEAP grant, and that application was authorized by the city council. So mostly planning staff looking at the opportunity areas. We did have a limited budget. And so a lot of it too was framed by those opportunities.
So why was the entire development area not included in the study?
Limitation of resources.
All right, well, you included the tides residential, but you didn't, which is further away from the mall than the residential next to it. Why was that?
So we did include Garrity Way, the north section, and the big part is we have several opportunity sites. Mostly there's a vacant lot, but at the time too, there was a brick and mortar restaurant. And so there's an opportunity to redevelop those sites. And so you would want to look at the surrounding properties to make sure you had a consistent redevelopment vision for a street.
Right, and that's why I was wondering why the residential next to Hilltop was not included.
You mean Summer Lane? That residential, you mean adjacent to the parking lot?
Yeah, there's two communities that are adjacent to the parking lot. One of them next to between the lake and the Hilltop, and the other one on the more southern side.
Well, I mean, I think we don't see that area redeveloping per se, because it's an established neighborhood. Obviously, we will look at the compatibility as well as the consistency of development and the impact of development surrounding it on that neighborhood. But we don't see that use transitioning to a different use within the horizon of the specific plan.
So then you do see the tide as being subject to development.
Well, I think we're going to see some adjacent development around it, but we don't see that moving into, I think the density of that use will be consistent with the higher density vision in the general.
Yeah, I'm just confused that one area which is considered, although it won't be affected by development per se, is considered, whereas two other communities are not. I don't want to beg.
Well, we're happy to exclude that property if that's the request.
Well, my request is that the study be done well. I'm not asking anything to be excluded or included. What I'm asking is that it's well thought out.
And that's our intent.
Yeah, right. And that's the intent of my questions. So, there are there other projects that are already being considered within the area?
Within the direct, not that I recall off the top of my head. I don't believe there's any project that's currently being processed. Oh, actually, there's a hotel I think we have an application for a new hotel at the old Chevy site.
Okay.
There was a previously approved project on Garrity Way, but I believe it's already been approved and we're waiting for building permit submittals.
Okay, so then those won't be affected by this study?
No, those are active applications. So there is no changes as of now to the code. So those would be processed at current zoning.
Okay, and they wouldn't be affected by any findings of the study. Is that correct?
If the application's already been submitted and it's in progress, it will not be impacted by the future study. Now if they build, they may become legal non-conforming in that they were legally established, but they may no longer conform to the new standards within the specific plan.
Well, then in that case, they would be affected.
Well, it depends on what you mean by effect. I mean, if you're saying, will their application be able to be processed? Yes. I mean, at this point, I can't predict if there'll be changes.
Okay, so there's on page 5, task 1.1, it says the project manager and communication under assumptions, the client and the city. So the client and the city are referred to separately. Who is the client if it's not the city?
Well, the city is the client. I mean, we are the client.
Well, why are they listed as separate entities? You know, generally in legal language, when you have different names, you know, they have different responsibilities or have different amounts of jurisdiction. So
we could be sure to clarify it that we're the client.
Yeah. Okay. Good. And then on the project kickoff meeting, I was a little concerned as to who might be part of that. It says that the proposal states that the ESA team will organize and participate in a virtual kickoff meeting with the city, with one of the objectives being to identify overarching project goals. Now, I would assume that the project goals were already established. That's what the study is for. But you know, this sounds like they haven't been, and they're going to be identified by this group. It says an assumption that is the meeting will be attended by representatives from each sub-consultant team and at least 4 participants from the ESA. And then you have, can you tell me what the acronyms stand for? PD, PM, PD, DPM, and I know what CEQA is, but what are the?
Yeah, so these are the various positions, the project director, the project manager. I'm not sure what the DPM is, but I'm sure it's in the scope. But these are the different ESA positions.
Okay, and so who are the sub-consultant teams?
So as I mentioned, we have several. We have A3GO, which is doing geotechnical services, Site Lab, which is doing urban design, Fair and Piers, traffic and transportation analysis. CHS is doing the parking study, BAE, urban economics. We'll be doing real estate economics and market studies. Davis and Associates will be supporting the community engagement as well as online input. And then NCE, Nichols Consulting Engineering, will be the civil engineering firm.
And then under the data collection and review, it says that the city will provide general plan built-out assumptions. Can you tell me what those assumptions are now?
I can't tell off the top of my head, but we do in the EIR that we prepared for the general plan, we did look at a build-out vision, at least that would be achieved within the 2030 general plan horizon.
And have you provided that EIR to the council?
It was provided to the council when the general plan was adopted, but it's also available online.
Okay. Okay, then I'll look in the general plan for that. At what stage will the council and the public be available to provide input on these assumptions?
So there's definitely going to be various points. We would like to do a kickoff meeting first internally with the project team to make sure we're all on the same page in terms of achieving the project goals. And some of our big goals are to make sure we provide opportunities for input from stakeholders as well as neighborhood councils, businesses, the council and other committees. We're going to be doing some community-wide events, likely virtual given the pandemic still, but I've also committed to attending quarterly neighborhood council meetings to provide updates. We will be doing a study session and we'll come to the council around the fall, November time, seeking some direction on the preferred land plan once we have an opportunity to hear from stakeholders and the community.
And referring to the stakeholders, on page 14, task 3.7, stakeholder interviews, it says that there will only be one round of interviews. So how will the stakeholders be identified and how will they be chosen? And how many will be interviewed?
So that's a good question. I mean, I think what we've done in previous processes, we'll work with the consultant team to make sure we're identifying impacted groups who can represent larger groups. So for example, common participants will be, like the Chamber of Commerce representing business interests. There's typically interviews with city council members, planning commissioners, neighborhood councils, property owners, as well as existing businesses and residents. So we tried to get a pretty broad segment of the community that can provide input throughout the process.
So, and then one last question before I turn it over to other people. I have a lot more questions, but on page 11 under task 2.4, under interim study overlay district plan, the proposal states Article 15, zoning and subdivision of the Richmond Municipal Code. The specific purpose of the interim study overlay district is to allow discretionary review of development proposals in areas where changes in zoning regulations are contemplated or under study. Now, it's my understanding that the staff implements the will of the council. So why aren't these changes or even considerations for changes brought to the council first? Aside from that, who decided that we want to make changes?
We're not making changes yet. So I think it's part of the.
Well, you're considering changes.
Well, as part of the study, what we want to do is once the project gets started, if the preferred land plan that the council will select has land use changes, we're going to want to put an interim study zone in case there's conflict with incoming applications. So then that way it allows us to, one, let property owners know that the council is considering land use changes, but we don't know if we're going to go there yet until October, but we've provided provisions for that if that's where the council decides to go.
Okay, so basically this is a chance for the city to change the general plan that we made years ago, a general plan that is supposed to see us through 2030.
It may not be general plan changes. It may just be zoning changes.
Wouldn't that be general plan changes? I mean,
no, they're different. The general plan is a higher 365-foot view of land use. The zoning is more specific. So the council may decide that it no longer wants to allow a specific use. But if the current zoning allows that, then we're going to want to put an interim study zone so that we don't get that use proposed while the specific plan is being developed.
Okay, I don't agree with your analysis of specific plan and general being different, because if enough specifics are made, then the general has changed, whether or not you do it piece by piece.
Hey, council member, you've been going on for about 10 minutes.
I know, and I could go on, and I could go on for another 10 minutes because there's a lot of questions to ask. But I will turn it over to other council members with the understanding that I have more questions to ask.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Councilmember Bates.
Well, I only have a couple of questions. With the decimation of our Hilltop Marriott, which was a beautiful hotel and was significant revenue, $250,000 or thereabouts, what did you indicate their plan with that site, Madam Planning Director?
So Councilmember Bates, you broke up a little bit. Can you repeat your question? I heard the part about the Marriott.
Well, the Hilltop Marriott, what are plans to do about that once beautiful hotel?
So it's my understanding that currently the county is leasing that hotel on a temporary basis, and the lease, I think, is expected to expire sometime around June 2022. So at that point, it could be anticipated to go back to a hotel.
Do we have any authority to stop the continuation of that hotel?
I mean, I would have to defer to the city attorney's
Okay.
office, but certainly it's a conversation we can have with the county if that's the council's desire.
Okay, the second question is that Chevy's, and I agree that Chevy's and the other area that are vacant is a beautiful opportunity for some business development, whether it's another hotel, a restaurant, even housing. Is that the plan also?
Yes, that area will be looked at as part of the specific plan. We do have an application in for the Chevy site for a new hotel. And there's already an approved housing development on Garrity. So both those projects could proceed in advance of the specific plan.
Lastly, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that the city clerk, as they do the speakers that come before open forum, put a time on each council member. Council member need to understand the time that they are asking these questions. A lot of them can be asked directly to the planning director, the public works director, the police chief, or whatever, and that would facilitate our meetings, and we won't have to be bogged down short and have to cut our meetings off without doing the full amount of city business. And I would hope that the city clerk could put that time right there on each one of us as we speak, so we will be conscious how much time we're taking and be respectful of our other council members. So
Well,
that's the only comment that I have.
Actually, our council rules have a provision for limiting council members' speeches and questions to 5 minutes.
Right.
And typically, I don't try to enforce it, but if some of you guys, get.
But if you have a clock where everybody can see it, Mr. Mayor, I think we'll be a little bit more conscious of what we're doing.
Well, let's see if we can do it without putting everybody on the clock.
I want to see a clock.
But if it gets, if
it's necessary, I'm going to make a motion later on in another meeting that we put a clock on each council member, and you can vote it up or down. Thank you.
Okay. Any other council members have questions on this item? Let's call the public speakers.
And we do not have any public speakers.
No? Okay.
I
Well,
move the item.
I'll second it.
all right. So motion by McLaughlin, second by Willis. Yeah, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes,
Bates?
with the clock.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor
Yes,
Johnson?
with the clock, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Johnson? Is absent. Councilman Martinez?
I get to use Johnson's time. Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
So the motion passes with Vice Mayor Johnson absent.
Thank you, council.
Okay, so that takes us down to M1, M2, and M3, and I want to try to get these in order. People want to hear them, so I'd already had a request to move I think M2 up above M1, and I'd said I'll do that unless somebody objects to it.
You skipped item L1 also
Oh, item L. Oh,
in the ordinances.
oh yeah. Okay, let's go to L1 then.
Okay, item L1 is to consider and introduce, if desired, an ordinance for first reading, amending Richmond Municipal Code, Chapter 12.30. Let's see, by incorporating Chapter 12.29, adding provisions to address private landowner encroachments into the unimproved public ROW, retitling Chapter 12.30 as encroachments, and rescinding Chapter 12.29 in its entirety.
Okay, this is this was submitted by Public Works Director Joe Leach and Tony Condotti. One of you guys want to introduce it?
Council members, Joe Leach, Public Works Director. Yes, this item is a bit of a revamp to the encroachment permit ordinance, chapters 12.29 and 12.30. Really what we're proposing to do is consolidate them to make it a little bit easier to read and administer. As you may recall from the end of September meeting, this item came up as a presentation by the mayor regarding a particular encroachment, a permanent encroachment. And at the time, the encroachment agreements were administered by staff. So the idea is to bring that specific type of encroachment into the municipal code and have a process for which that is administered. Kind of highlight some of the various different types of encroachment through the staff report, whether it's encroachments by contractors doing work on behalf of the city or private entities or public entities, whether it's homeowners dealing with sidewalks. So there's a variety of encroachments. And we're also kind of memorializing the permanent encroachments by private property owners along their particular frontage within the public right of way. And so with that, we will field any questions you might have. I do also have Tony Condotti from Atchison, Barrisone, and Condotti, as well as the city's attorney's office that were both engaged in developing the revised language. And with that, we'll take any questions you might have.
Okay, so I sent you some proposed revisions this morning. I tried to do it earlier, but I couldn't find time. So have you had a chance to look at those, you and Mr. Condotti?
I can't speak for Mr. Condotti. Mayor, I have not myself. I did see your email about having a more robust public engagement process. And I personally agree that it should be robust. But I'll let either city attorney's office or Mr. Condotti kind of speak to their thought about your proposed revisions.
Yes, I did review the proposed revisions, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I think it's fair to say that the staff recommendation was basically an attempt to present the council with an option for dealing with encroachments into the unimproved right-of-way that was procedurally more or less in line with other types of encroachment permits for utility providers or temporary encroachments into the public street or sidewalk hardscape. The proposal by the mayor would essentially bring the type of encroachment that that would be an application from adjacent property owners directly before the city council, as opposed to a staff-based decision. And that is really purely a policy decision for the city council, if that's the direction you want to go. For instance, the catalyst for this particular ordinance amendment is a fence encroachment into unimproved public right-of-way. And under the proposed revisions suggested by the mayor this morning, which I reviewed, then that would be a decision that would come before the city council in the first instance, which really, to me, is just a policy decision for the council to make in terms of how you want to deal with this. What we have here is an existing code that it doesn't clearly deal with adjacent property owner encroachments into the public right of way. We've attempted to build in provisions that more effectively address that. And, you know, to what extent you want council involvement in those types of decisions really is up to the council, and the mayor's has some suggested language that the council.
Well, I had a couple of observations. One is that we don't really do very many of these. I've tried to look up some over the years, and I've only found a handful of them. So this is not something that's routine and happens all the time. The second thing is that there are really, if somebody wants to take the public right of way and incorporate it into their property and put a fence around it, there are actually a couple of ways of doing that. They can have the street or a portion of it vacated, and that process is governed by the California Streets and Highways Code, and it's a pretty robust process. It ultimately requires a public hearing before the legislative body, and it requires requires a hearing and approval by the legislative body. So I mean, that's the classic way of somebody incorporating street right of way into their property. I've always looked at this encroachment thing as being kind of a runaround for that. You know, for somebody who doesn't want to go through the street vacation process. In the past, they've gone through this process, and they've essentially achieved the same thing, but without the level of public scrutiny. So all I'm trying to do is to add a little more public scrutiny to this, which I can't imagine anybody would object to it. And since the city council hasn't seen my changes, I would hope that you would support them, or at least put them in the next version of this that people can see. You know, I can't send it out to all of them because that's a Brown Act violation, but you can incorporate them into the draft ordinance and send it out for consideration. So any other questions or comments from council members? I don't see any. Do we have any public speakers? I'll go ahead, Councilor Martinez. Do you have questions or comments? I'm only going to give you need to unmute yourself. I'm only going to give you 5 minutes now. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to take longer than that, but I'll do my best. I think that I have to see it before I can vote on it, and I would like to entertain whatever motion changes you had, and I would suggest that we hold this over until January so that we can actually see it.
We are. The idea was to take comments tonight and then bring it back in January.
Okay, well then I'm ready to listen. So this is just a FYI, huh?
Okay.
And for what it's worth, I agree with the mayor's comments. The whole idea of an encroachment into the public right of way. I mean, it's not exactly the same thing as a street vacation, because that's a permanent, that's a permanent release of the city's property interest in a street, and whereas an encroachment is revocable by its nature. So if this, and it is the case that most street rights of way are wider than the actual street improvements. So you have a street with curbs, sidewalks, and then you have a right of way which is larger than that. And what we're talking about here is encroachments into the public unimproved right-of-way. But that being said, I think it's appropriate for the council to put this over. The mayor has made some suggested revisions, which I've reviewed, and I have no problem with from a legal standpoint whatsoever. And if the council's interested in, considering those, I think that is the appropriate thing to do.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this? Do we have public speakers?
No, we do not.
Wow, where is everybody? I guess they
Celebrating Christmas.
I guess they start celebrating the holidays. Okay, so
Move item be continued.
well, we're just gonna we don't need to act on this at all. It'll come
All
back.
right.
It'll come back in January.
All right, good. Next item.
Okay, so the next item is let's see, we're down to the M's. So again, as I said before, I had a request to move M2 before up to the top of the M's. And if somebody doesn't object to it, that's what I'm going to do.
Mayor, so you have to take action.
Go ahead. Councilor McCarthy.
Yes, I was going to say, I would prefer us to do M1 to make sure we get it done. I don't know how many council members are going to stay beyond that time and beyond the.
No, that's probably a good point. Let's do that. Let's do the M1. Okay.
Madam Mayor, but do we want to extend the meeting?
Well, it's 10:56. It's probably a good time to talk about whether we're going to extend it or not. Is there a motion?
I move we extend it to just hear M1. I mean, I would love to hear the other ones, but we're going to be tired. I'd rather postpone it. I don't know if Councilmember Jimenez, who has the M2, how you feel about holding that one over.
Yeah, I think like it's delayed and it will be good for more public to hear that. So I will be, to postpone, and I second your motion to extend this meeting till M1 is here.
Just do one M1, yes.
Okay, so we have a motion to do M1 and then end the meeting. Is there a second?
Councilmember Jimenez, make the second.
Yeah.
Who was the second?
Jimenez.
Me.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, so let's call the roll on that vote.
Councilmember Bates.
No.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson is absent. Councilmember Martinez.
What is the motion?
The motion is to extend the meeting to complete item M1 only.
And end the meeting.
No.
Okay. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. The council members Bates and Martinez voting no, and Vice Mayor Johnson is absent.
Looks like the mayor's become RPA.
Yeah, well, you get it where you can. Okay, so let's go ahead and read the item, Madam Clerk.
Item M1 is to 1, approve a legal services agreement with Alisher and Winder for interim city attorney services for 6 months and 10 days with an agreement term beginning December 22nd, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2021 for a total amount not to exceed $380,000, and 2, approve a $212,000 appropriation from the general fund, and 3, appoint David Alisher as interim city attorney effective December 23rd, 2021.
Is there a staff person who wants to answer any questions about this?
Yes, I will answer some questions, but I also need to tell you a little bit about the agreement since it's for
Okay,
a position that's an attorney position. So as the clerk mentioned, it's for 6 months and 10 days. It can be terminated by the city at any time. The primary attorney will be David Alshire, but he'll be supported by some other attorneys in his firm. Under the agreement, Mr. Alshire will work at least 30 hours per month for the city. and the firm will be compensated up to a maximum of 60,000 per month. So that equates to 240 hours using the main billing rate, typo, of 265. And so that's about an 8 hours per day using a 30-day month. The $60,000 cap also includes travel time and expenses. Under the agreement, there's a flat rate of $500 per trip, with 2 hours of attorney time for travel up to Richmond from Southern California. So that, of course, reduces the number of work hours, but there you go. And it's also unclear whether 60,000 is sufficient to provide the necessary services. So there's a provision that the agreement will be reviewed in 2 months to evaluate it. The agreement also provides for indemnification of the law firm for when it's acting as city attorney. There you go. And although the city can terminate it at any time without cause, the firm is required to provide notice so that the city can find another attorney to provide the city attorney services that are required under the charter. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions on this item? Councilor Willis, you look like I have a hand up.
Can we see if there's any public speakers?
Willis,
That's my only question.
There are none.
we don't have any public speakers?
No public speakers.
Okay, so go ahead, Councilor Willis.
Oh, if there's no public speakers, I just move the item.
Councilor Jimenez, you have a question?
I'll second it.
Yeah, I have a question, Heather, because you posted G13, and the idea was to move it so we don't create conflict of interest. So I just wanted you first to explain, because there have been a lot of questions and a lot of comments about G13, but because it's related to these, why it was in the agenda. So yes. I just want to.
So for item J13, we found Dave Aylshire as a possible city attorney because he responded to the request for qualifications that the city put out earlier this year. And he is one of the folks that staff recommends be qualified to provide legal services. So not city attorney, not necessarily city attorney services, because when we went out for the proposal, we didn't know we would need a city attorney. But in order that he's not recommending his own firm for services, we wanted to get item J15 out ahead of it. But since that's not happening, I or one of the other staff members will present it in January, and he'll just stay out of the decision and recommendation.
Okay, other questions, Councilor Bates?
Who is the interim city manager, city attorney?
It's Dave Aylshire, and I believe he's on the Zoom right now.
And when does the starting period of time for the acting city manager, city attorney, and the city attorney?
So Mr. Aylshire will begin tomorrow, but he won't begin as city attorney. He'll just have a transition day with your city attorney, Teresa Stricker, and then he will start as interim city attorney on Thursday.
All right, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. I don't see any other hands up. And you said we had no speakers, Madam Clerk, is that correct?
No speakers.
Okay, is there a motion?
There was a motion by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember McLaughlin.
Okay,
to approve the item.
Let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson is absent. Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The
Thank you all very much.
Vice Mayor Johnson absent.
So
Happy holidays.
Before we adjourn, does anybody have any adjournment memorials they want to get out? I don't see any, so I hope everybody has a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and we'll see you next year.
Merry
Happy
Christmas.
holidays to everybody.
Happy New Year.
Goodwill to all
Even to
men
you,
and
Martinez.
women, all
Held
people.
up the meeting for 3 hours.
I won't miss any of you. Thank you.
Oh, come on. You know you will. In your heart of hearts.
You
You
will
have
be
a soft
writing
spot for all of us.
tomorrow about these meetings, so you will be thinking about us. So happy holidays.
Eduardo, you
Bye-bye.
start communicating with your staff. Call Lena when you got all those stupid questions to ask.
Well, the only thing I ask of you guys for Christmas is if you'll come visit me in jail, okay?
Yeah, shall I bring you a file and a cake?
Sure, yeah, we'd appreciate that.